On this dreary night, Wraithmore Mansion is draped in shadow. Somewhere in the corridor, a ghostly figure looms. Watch out! Your every move could startle the area's long-term residents awake. PUBG Mobile's new Spooky Soiree version is now available. Here's a quick run-through of V4.0's themed mode and all the specialty gameplay it has to offer. In Spooky Soiree, you can pick up skill items that infuse Ghosty with ghostly powers. However, you can only equip up to one main skill and 2 passive skills at a time. If you prefer to fight over supplies, you should choose skills that boost your offense and survival. The first skill is Floating Balloon, which lets you fly for a brief period. It's really effective for repositioning or moving to support teammates. Scan is a skill that provides a lot of enemy intel. The Heal and Armorer passive skills allow you to battle to your heart's content without a worry. If you value survival and fun above all, go with Guardian Shield, which provides cover that you can bring anywhere. It also knocks back approaching enemies. Passive skills Boost and Ghost Helm greatly increase your sprinting speed and defense respectively, allowing you to loot your way across the map swiftly and efficiently. If you get defeated in a match and become a prankster ghost, don't fret. Take advantage of the special skills you gain, Bomb, Scan, and Shield, to give your teammates more opportunities. Keep in mind that these skills will gradually become available on different maps at different times. Choose whatever fits your playstyle. This mode has 2 main theme areas, Wraithmore Mansion and the Rock Review. Head straight for Wraithmore Mansion if you love battles. Open ghost crates to expose the locations of all nearby enemies. Speaking of supplies, there's a magic mirror on the first floor with tons of treasure sealed inside, making it a highly contested target. If you'd rather explore the new version in peace, head for the haunted residential area, where the scaredy ghosts gather to avoid intense confrontations. This update introduces a new vehicle, the Magic Broom. It seats 2 players. It has a dash that's great for pursuing enemies. The broom's portability and flexibility is also useful for quickly scouring the area for supply. Plus, it has a powerful sweep that can knock enemies away. There's a lot more ghostly content for you to experience. For more information, be sure to check the official patch notes in the game wiki. Nightfall marks the beginning of your adventure. That sums up most of V4.0's themed updates. Winner, winner, chicken dinner.
He will him! Razak's here with the shotgun around the side! And our PGC champion!
Finding it hard to fight back against enemies? Is reloading not realistic enough? Is it affecting your battle experience? Does your motorcycle have a busted tire? Did you reach Conqueror Tier and have nothing else to do? If any of these are relatable, then don't miss this video. Let's check out the various upgrades in PUBG Mobile V4.0. This version introduces a brand new weapon, the Mortar. It uses a special explosive ammo and deals tons of damage to enemies. It's great at applying pressure. The Mortar has 2 firing modes. Quick Strike mode lets you aim directly at enemies. Precise Target mode lets you strike areas beyond your field of view for amazing long-range coverage. Whether it's fighting back or providing long-range support, the Mortar is an excellent tactical choice. We have also revamped reloading to provide even greater realism. To put it simply, if you reload your weapon before it's empty, you'll keep a round in the chamber. So after reloading, that means you'll have an extra shot available to you. We've also improved the idle and reload animations for empty pistols to keep you more immersed than ever. We've added crosshair style switching for the 4x scope. You can easily switch between them as you like. May you never miss your shots again. Now, when you burst your motorcycle's tire, you can easily swap it out for a new one. We've also improved the stability of mounted firing on 2-wheel vehicles. Ride smoothly and fire with more precision than ever. Boats also get an upgrade. They travel through the water much smoother than before. Enjoy the improved naval warfare. These vehicle updates are sure to make matches even more exciting. Apart from battle-related improvements, Erangel's Lipovka has a new relaxation area. Take a break from the fighting and come here to gear up with supplies. Or relax for a bit on the swings and Ferris wheel. Get comfy on the battleground. C9S26 is here. Check out the new Ace-exclusive Path of Honor and rewards. We've improved tier objectives and added rewards for reaching the highest tier in the previous season. New legendary firearm is here. Challenge the brand new firearm combat power system. Your glorious journey begins. For more information, be sure to check the official patch notes in the game wiki. That's a brief overview of V4.0's classic mode updates. Winner, winner, chicken dinner.
PUBG Mobile. Let's get it.
Ready to kill them, be my best mate. Those kickers up as up, hit and run. Pretty slow, but my blood runs high. But don't grab me like a predator outside. My level got to 6 no matter what. No, safe zones are closing, no time left to hide. No, my ear phone's singing like a battle cry. Adrenaline takes to feel right. We move us one, and eyes on the bonus score. We have us one, we hit us one. Let's go. Credit chicken, they be my best mate. Credit chicken, they be my best mate. Credit chicken, they be my best mate. Credit chicken, they be my best mate.
Cooking like a glitter, winner, chicken dinner. Moving like a thriller, winner, chicken dinner. Credit chicken, they be my best mate. Credit chicken, they be my best mate.
Crazy chicken, they be my best mate.
I just need a spot, light in the dark. I got a 2 chain but hard too. Don't always listen when you talk. We was wishing upon a star.
I've just landed. Real enough that this battleground will remember.
I'm bringing the static. She see the world respect. I follow with my soul connect. Hey. In a storm, I still come aiming, I pressure and rain. Whoa. No fear, every step I claim, face strong, I don't think I change. Staying in my lane.
내가 선택한 플레이. 정해진 룰은 없어. 내가 정해. 그게 바로 G-Dragon. Battleground.
reaching a total prize pool worth $10 million. Become a top creator for a chance to win $200,000. Everyone has a chance. Hi everyone, I'm XL. The two most frequently asked questions I've received have been when World of Wonder would release after having been in beta for so long, and when we'd grant full creator access to players so they could realize their unique ideas. Today, I've come with the answers that everyone has been waiting for. I'm happy to announce that World of Wonder 1.0 officially launches in the next version. In World of Wonder 1.0 will significantly boost creator access, letting more players join in creating. Of course, we've also prepared plenty of rewards. World of Wonder cash incentives have increased yet again, reaching a total prize pool worth $10 million. Become a top creator for a chance to win $200,000. Everyone has a chance. In 2025, we anticipate over 100,000 creators receiving incentive earnings. WoW currently boasts over 4.4 million maps. WoW maps have hosted over 33 billion matches. World of Wonder has over 1,000 dedicated influencers, bringing its maps over 1 billion views per version. If you'd like to become a WoW ambassador as well, you can join the Next Star program for smaller influencers for a chance to win a share of the $6 million cash prize pool. Some creators may wonder, my creation skills aren't really up to par right now. Will I still get the chance to receive earnings? Rest assured, everyone has a chance in the World of Wonder incentive program. Every step of the creation process counts. A lot of rookies tell me, XL, I don't know how to take the first step, or I lack inspiration. How do I even start? In World of Wonder 1.0, we'll gradually make the Smart Assistant feature more widely available. When you don't know how to get started or lack inspiration, you can turn to the Smart Assistant for help. Some creators wonder, World of Wonder looks difficult, and I know nothing about coding. Does this mean my maps will never turn out good? Here, I'd like to recommend our visual programming tool. Through simple configurations and logical calculations, you can design something truly unique without knowing anything about coding. It's sure to take your abilities to the next level. World of Wonder is also an open ecosystem that connects players around the world. For example, we're working with the Prime Minister's Office of Pakistan and collaborating with over 50 global universities to help students gain professional game development skills while discovering new career paths. We are also working with the United Nations to promote environmental and public welfare awareness. We welcome global brands, artists, celebrities, influencers, and map creators of all kinds to join the World of Wonder ecosystem. If you're interested in collaborating with World of Wonder or have any suggestions for us, feel free to contact us through official customer service.
Hi everyone, I'm JY. Now that World of Wonder 1.0 has launched, we intend to work with everyone to establish a mutually beneficial ecosystem for the mode. Players often complain that World of Wonder lacks challenges and rewards. In order to meet everyone's expectations, we're introducing the World Pass system in World of Wonder 1.0. By playing World of Wonder content and completing missions, players can earn points and get tons of rewards for free. Upgrading the pass also unlocks lots of customizations and exclusive perks. A certain portion of the earnings we receive from the pass will be invested into the World of Wonder incentive program, increasing our cash prize pool to give back to each contributor in the World of Wonder ecosystem. At the same time, we hope every talented creator's fantastic ideas will be worthy of praise and attention. In World of Wonder 1.0, the new gifting system builds a bridge between creators and players. Fans can gift special World of Wonder gifts to instantly give the creator a like for their creativity. These gifts increase creativity points, which can be used to unlock even cooler custom appearances and are displayed on the creativity points ranking. Top creators on the ranking stand to receive tons of cash rewards. All in-game cash earnings will be stored in the co-creation wallet for clarity and transparency. We've added a strict identity verification process to ensure the security of every transaction. We support withdrawals in the vast majority of countries and regions worldwide. allowing you to turn your creations into real-life earnings, no matter where you're located. World of Wonder 1.0 marks a new beginning. We hope all players with creative ideas are able to become game developers.
We will continue working on this mutually beneficial ecosystem so that all outstanding creators are well compensated. May all creators march into the future together with World of Wonder.
May all creators march into the future together with World of Wonder. Thank you.
The first Ultimate set with removable outwear, Nixon Sinistra, is now available. The first advanced upgradable firearm with sound effects, Nixon Rose AUG, has arrived. It comes with an exclusive Inspect emote. To help you stand out on the battleground. Plus, a cool elimination broadcast, elimination effect, and loot crate to turn eyes on the battleground. The matching Resonant Nell glider is sure to make a stunning entrance in battle. Equip the Nixon Sinistra set and battle in style.
Why?
That's the reason why.
Higher frame rate options available? Download PUBG Mobile version 4.0 for the smoothest victories.
Get to know version 4.0 in 3 minutes. No treats? Then beware of tricks. The new Spooky Soiree version is here. Let's check out what's new. This version's themed gameplay will be available on Erangel, Livik, and Rondo. The main themed area is Wraithmore Mansion. Also, 2 performing dead concerts will take place on the map. Wraithmore Mansion contains tons of interactive content, including the Soulbind Mirror, Scaredy Ghosts, Phantom Treasure, and more for you to discover. This version's ghost gameplay consists of Ghosty, a ghost who accompanies you throughout the match, and Prankster Ghosts, which you become if you get knocked out. Ghosty has main and passive skills. Main skill, Floating Balloon. Passive skill, Boost. Passive skill, Ghost Helm. Passive skill, Armorer. Passive skill, Scan. Main skill, Guardian Shield. Passive skill, Heal. Prankster Ghosts allow players who get eliminated to turn into ghosts for a short time and use skills to disrupt the match. Spook, Bomb, and Shield. The themed vehicle this time is a magic broom. And there are tons more mysterious gameplay and collabs with famous celebs for you to look forward to. Doesn't pranking sound more fun than haunting? Have a spooktacular spooky soiree. In this version, you'll also get the chance to play a new thrilling pursuit and escape game mode, Unfail. In this mode, you'll either join the survivors or become the predator, and experience the thrilling battle between them that ensues. It really gets your heart rate up, so beware unless you're bold. In classic mode, Erangel's Lipovka has been updated. There's a new mortar weapon, realistic reloading mechanics, and pistol idle animations. What's more, Cycle 9 Season 26 begins on September 11th, along with the new firearm combat power system, Path of Glory, and Weekend Joy. Home will introduce the new Lunar Castle style, a treasure hunt minigame, home competition, and home-style voting event. Perhaps most exciting of all is that World of Wonder 1.0 is officially here, bringing full creator access to all players. Also included are the new World of Wonder Pass and World of Wonder gifts in an effort to create a win-win ecosystem. Metro Royale Chapter 28 has begun, and you can now challenge your friends to a 1v1. We've also added Ghost Crates, and that's not all. Version 4.0 still has more gameplay on the way, so stay tuned for future in-game announcements. See you next time. New World of Wonder Pass and gifting incentives. Welcome to World of Wonder 1.0. Let your creativity run wild. The new World of Wonder Pass is here. Complete missions by playing World of Wonder content to earn points. Get creation promotion cards, World of Wonder rune cards, avatar frames, limited time firearm finishes, and more for free. Plus, upgrade to the Elite Pass, originally worth 480 UC for just 299 UC. Unlock tons of customization options, new outfits, and exclusive perks. Through gifting incentives, you can send World of Wonder exclusive gifts to creators. Creators gain creativity points by receiving gifts. Not only can you unlock cooler custom items, but you can also win huge cash rewards by reaching the top of the creativity points ranking. All cash rewards can be viewed and withdrawn from the co-creation wallet. World of Wonder Pass and gifting incentives rewards will also be partly invested into the World of Wonder incentive program to give back to every contributor in the World of Wonder ecosystem. The first Ultimate set with removable outwear, Nixon Sinistra, is now available. The first advanced upgradable firearm with sound effects, Nixon Rose AUG, has arrived. It comes with an exclusive Inspect emote. Help you stand out on the battleground. Plus, a cool elimination broadcast, elimination effect, and loot crate to turn eyes on the battleground. The matching Resonant Nell glider is sure to make a stunning entrance in battle. Equip the Nixon Sinistra set and battle in style.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the grand finals of the PUBG Mobile Challengers League Southeast Asia. And now it's time for all our top 16 teams to shine in the final stages, and we'll see who will be crowned as the victors of the PMCL.
Yeah, today is Smash Day. Contra, who will smash or will they not smash it today? Because we do have maximum of 8 games in total. If then teams would not be able to smash the points. But again, right now, the one who set up the match point is Yangon Galacticos with 159 points. Anyways, guys, we would like to thank our official gaming phone for PMCL Fall 2025. Meet the POBA 7 Ultra 5G. It supports PUBG Mobile at 120 FPS, delivering ultra smooth competitive gameplay. Its 6.67-inch 1.5K AMOLED display with a 144 Hz refresh rate pulls you into a world so smooth you'll never want to look away. A 6,000 milliampere battery, 70-watt ultra charge, and 30-watt wireless charging. This isn't just a phone, it is basically your future in your hands, the POBA 7 series.
That's right, of course, there's just so much that you guys can check out. First and foremost, if you guys need a brand new smartphone, look no further than our smartphones from our dear partners Techno. And of course, if you guys haven't updated your game just yet, you can now enjoy super smooth graphics and performance when you update to version 4.0. That offers you better frame rates, better battery lifespan, as well as it does not consume too much of power. So make sure you go ahead and update it and put an end to all of your concerns.
Also, the brand new game mode in your PUBG mobile apps, the one called Unfail. It's Neutraling Pursuit and Escape game mode. 1 Predator versus 4 Survivors. And stay tuned for more of updates about this game mode. It'll be really fun to be the Predator. Anyways, another collaboration between PUBG Mobile x G-Dragon. It already has arrived on all platforms. Make sure to buy your skins. There's also emotes available, and you can be looking like G-Dragon itself.
Yeah, I mean, so far there's just so many cool stuff, including the new collaboration between PUBG Mobile as well as Lotus, as they are having this team motocross event happening throughout the September all the way down to November the 4th. So make sure you get your hands on this beautiful machinery, especially the Miva. I mean, it just looks so sick. Of course, back into what we're all here for, to see who will be crowned as champions. I mean, of course, right now, looking like the hot favorites, Yangon Galacticos, they've been so consistent throughout the stages of the groups, throughout the Super Weekends, and even in the finals, they're still topping the leaderboards. And now, this is the team that everybody's looking to beat. But who will be able to really reach close towards them? Because KHI yesterday, they didn't manage to upkeep that kind of same level of performance compared to what they've shown us back in day one.
Yeah, KHI is very close, 112 points. But again, that gap that Yangon Galacticos built yesterday, they did manage to get 2 winner-winner chicken dinners yesterday as well. So what Yangon Galacticos needs is a chicken dinner once they get that smash or match point later on, which is 159. Other teams like NGGZ, not so good games, 99 points together with Burmese Goals, can still manage to catch up in our overall rankings. But later on, we'll see if they will be able to do so. But before we head on to the games, again, just a recap here with a schedule. We are now in the final day. Today is October 5th, Grand Finals, day number 3, what I call the Smash Day for PMCL Fall of 2025. And it's been a while of casting here in PMCL, and we would love to end with a smash, hopefully. But again, format, we started with the group stages, and then we went through the Super Weekends, and again, we are on day number 3 here in the finals now, which is, again, Smash Rule will be in place now. And again, all the points is already in, all the head start points, and right now, we're just waiting for any team to actually hit that smash.
For those of you guys who don't know what the Smash Rule is all about, the top 1 team gets to set the match point, and you add another 20 points on top to be able to, of course, achieve. Once these teams reach this result, if they do score a chicken dinner, the entire circuit will end in the grand finals. So this is where if Yangon Galacticos adds another 20 points and then on the following game scores the chicken dinner, they will be crowned champions. But of course, we'll have to see if other teams could give chase, as there's still $40,000 on the line. And in the finals, the top 1 team will walk away with $5,000 richer. But everybody's already winners here throughout the top 16. It's all about making sure that they reap most out of the rewards.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Everyone actually won already, even those teams that didn't really qualify for the grand finals, the likes of SBD Vicious and the rest. And here are the grand finalists for the PMCL Fall 2025 Southeast Asia Grand Finals. Burmese Goals, Yangon Galacticos, Infamous Saviera, Team Max, Misfit International, Austria Esports, Nexus Vanguard, CTS, Hyra, GG, GOA, Infinity IQ, KHI Esports, TTQ, Winning a Future, and NGGZ, Not So Good Games. And we had a lot of awesome matches yesterday, Contra. A lot of exciting matches, most especially the ones in the bridge area where we ended up having GOA winning it all.
That's right. And I mean, there's just so many great games. There's like so many island endings throughout the grand finals. Let's hope that these teams will be able to make adjustments if it happens to be either one of these maps to be played in the islands once more. Once again, it is Yangon Galacticos right now sitting at 139 points, which means teams will have to achieve a total of 159 points, and then after that score a chicken dinner to close out the run. If no teams are able to do so, Yangon Galacticos or anybody holding on to the top of the spot in the podium will be crowned champions by Game 8. As we take a look at last night's results, Yangon Galacticos have definitely shown their true form and their finesse throughout a lot of these matches to be able to maintain a top 4 finish plenty of times, including the hard games inside of Erangel where it ended over on a bridge.
And this is what I'm talking about. It's about YG going through the edges of the northern side of the zone, and then eventually they were able to get into Circle. Circle actually went to them. Unfortunately, right at the end, they were not so lucky because of the man advantage of GOA. There were also a lot of battles between the Myanmar teams, Winning the Future, BG, and also Yangon Galacticos, and that is where Yangon Galacticos got their first winner chicken dinner yesterday. And then right at the end here in Miramar, where we saw Burmese Goals together with YG getting their second winner chicken dinner. But again, what's most important will be today's lineup. The map lineup will start with Rondo for match number 13, and then match 14, 15, and 16 will be all Erangels.
That's right, and once we're done with the Wrangle matches, we'll go to 2 matches of Miramar. And for the final 2 match, it will be decided by the number 1 team to select whether they want to go to Wrangle or Miramar. Now, this is going to be super interesting if it goes towards the late stages, but hopefully we'll get to see maybe history to be made here by Yangon Galacticos, because potentially it could be as short as 2 games, or it could be a very, very long day for everybody out there to play 8 matches back-to-back.
Well, Contra, right now we're going to have to wait for who will be the number 1 team right around, if we reach match number 18 and 19. I would love to see YG pick Rondo again for match number 19. Well, we do know that, again, the Kings of Rondo is Yangon Galacticos. But again, who knows? Who knows who will be the number 1 team by that time? And who knows if YG can get like 20 points already in the first Rondo, and then eventually on the second map of the night, which is going to be Erangel. What if they get that winner chicken dinner? Then it's going to be all that we rewrote here for the PMCL fall. But anyways, Contra, for right now, we're going to have to wait on the next matchup, which is going to be Rondo, and we're about to start here in less than a minute. And yesterday, the Rondo that we got only had 1 flight path. The first day, we had 2 flight paths. What will be the flight path here? Will there be 2 airplanes here in day number 3?
Yeah, I think that this Rondo match is going to be very important for the teams to also play catch-up to Yangon Galacticos, because this is the only map where you could just go for multiple recalls and just go for more aggressive plays, and therefore they can farm a lot of points. And if it does go towards the late game, I think more often than not, the number 1 team will not allow Rondo to be picked up, because it allows all these other teams to gain so much of these opportunities. So this might just be a one and only, but we shall see how it plays out as we kickstart our final day of action here as we move into match 13, Rondo.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's start the action. PMCL Southeast Asia Fall Grand Finals Day number 3. Rondo is on your way. And right now we're seeing 1 plane, but will there be 2 planes? Nope. 1 plane only for tonight. It's going to be from Joutin until Mehran. And yesterday, Contra, we had early battles between Infamous Xaviera and Yangon Galacticos, and we actually saw Infamous Xaviera able to eliminate the players off from Yangon Galacticos, and then right at the end, Infamous Xaviera, they were able to get that win in match number 7.
True enough, and Infamous Xaviera might look to do that again. I mean, teams are absolutely putting the targets on the backs of YG, and they definitely need to do so in order for them to improve their standings or even take that number 1 spot for the meantime. We're already getting a hot drop moving into the quarters of what I deem to be Yulin as well as another spot right across the far western end, and it's going to be Team Max that will be looking to lock horns. I believe it is KHI that we're looking at over onto those quarters. So it's going to be a little bit worrisome because KHI, they were one of the top contenders out there, and they are still looking to give chase up against those members of YG. And looks like we're getting ourselves a little bit of that repeat once more. Like you said, Infamous Xavier floating side by side against YG, and looks like they're kind of ahead. So this might be a little bit more difficult for YG to get the first dips on those weaponry.
This is going to be interesting as YG will be the team that will last dropping out at Danqing. So they will have advantage when it comes to the guns. And you now see that Lion sprays down on Mernot. So this makes it a 2v3 here in Danqing. As Lion, together with Isay, pushes in with the JS9, eliminates a Cloud. And this will force Romeo to back out. And more than likely, the other one player from YG will be going for the recalls already so that they can respawn in the map of Rondo. So I think there's like 3 or maybe 4 teams that are actually dropping together. We also have KHI and Team Max, and then now Winning a Future and also Team IQ.
And you can see that these teams are ready to rumble just to gain a little bit of that head start right now. So far, KHI, MSI have been able to get a little bit more of those returns. Infinity IQ have been able to impress us yesterday, especially during those matches in Miramar where they were having their backs against the wall the entire game, and yet they've been able to really pull so many pickoffs. And here we go, Natty gets that beautiful knock as we get a glimpse of that replay once again. Master Hong looking for that push though. Got a pump shotgun in the hands of YOLOs. Waiting for the right opportunity. The nades are now cooked up. Just going to be a little bit short for now, but he's all alone. Going to be a little tough as he calls for backup coming from Natty.
Right now, YOLOs is actually pinned down here. He does have this, what we call choke point. He's able to choke out the players from IQ, but Shin trying to go for the support will be going down. But again, still a 2v1 here. Oh, YOLOs, SIC97 tries to go for the confirmation. Not able to do so. There's also a Molly that was popped out, but YOLOs got surprised with the attack from Nady. And for IQ, they're able to get 3 now here in this matchup for Winning a Future. There's one who is far away now from this location at Mehran, which is Minus, and he's going to look for now a recall tower so that he can respawn his teammates.
I mean, overall, it's been an incredible performance coming out of Natty to kickstart this run. 2 points already being secured. Meanwhile, YG, they went in for the recall, so they are once again back up as a 4-man unit. And it's so strange to me that Minus is still committing into the same position after losing so many teammates. I believe that they're looking to see if they could just find one more exchange before having that member to be able to go in for the recall. For the moment, though, doesn't seem like he'll be able to do too much. Now, that is going to recommit once more. Manus has those grenades. Same goes to Master Hong. Slow and steady as they go. Natty once again takes charge as they send out a little bit of decoy, burning him up to settle the scores.
Yeah, very unfortunate for Minus. He was surrounded and boxed in by Infinity IQ. Shin now, he will try to go for Lo Washing. This is a place where there are AI bots, or should I say soldiers that you can actually get loot from. So he will go for that recall. Not so sure if they're gonna commit or overcommit at that location. For GG, they're now looking at Fern G, just circling around, maybe trying to scout the area. They did manage to get 1 chicken dinner yesterday contra GG Esports, getting match number 9 in Erangel, but let's see if they can do it here in Rondo.
We'll have to wait and see. I mean, overall, they've been having some decent performances overall. That chicken dinner does send them up towards the 12th spot, allowing them to give chase against Team Max. Still a little further from the top 5 list, of course, but, you know, teams can just secure some kind of momentum built that steady pace to perhaps get some back-to-back wins to be able to eventually play catch-up. And KSHI started off so strong. It's already the third elimination. This time, Bangs pops a beautiful grenade to be able to connect. Whereas, Burmese Goals already looking to secure some vantage point up the hillside. But it's going to be a little dangerous since MM's already planted right there. It's going to be an easy cast straight to the head. Lil Yaka struck down, but Unknown has been able to retaliate as well. He's dropping so low. And thankfully able to go prone just in the nick of time.
And Burmese Goals will have to do a risk here, as Godspeed will now pop out of smoke. Nexus Vanguard, though. Ooh, they were able to eliminate 2 players off from Good Game Esports. That's Master D2K and Devon. And while this is happening, it's going to be NGGZ now trying to make a push. Miner, though. Oh, actually, he missed on the bullets here on Unknown, as Unknown goes for the confirmation. So while they're actually going for a reset, they're able to defend themselves pretty well. They now have 2 eliminations here currently. And for NGGZ, they will go for the recalls, as they're now back in this matchup. They're all good for now, as they're inside the circle. So for Michi, he will have to, meet up with his teammates. I'm not so sure where will they get the loots now, since they were killed in an open area together with Burmese Goals.
Yeah, it really seems like Burmese Goals is playing a very risky game as well. I mean, none of these members are planted anywhere close to Recall Tower. They are looking for an opportunity to secure some high ground elevated spots across Yulin. And, thankfully they've been able to win it out. Meanwhile, NGGZ needs to once again go for the reset, restocking whatever items that they do lose out on. As for the rest of Yangon Galacticos, keeping it steady for the meantime, while Master Hong this time spots out the rest of Burmese Goals traversing across. It's going to be a little bit of a long trade. Meanwhile, NGGZ has been guarding the recall tower, and that takes out Isay. So Infamous Xaviera knows that this is going to be off of bounds for now if they really want to think about getting that reset for the teammates.
And looks like Infamous Xaviera is now in the blue zone. One of probably trying to go for another recall tower. Isay would have probably recalled his teammates already, but there was a team there, NGGZ, gatekeeping anyone to go for the recall. But for the rest, GOA, unfortunately for Nge Pacquiao, he run towards a compound where IQ is at. Good thing he was able to survive those spray downs. Another thing that you would have to think about here in Rondo is the EMP zone contra, because there will be a lot of disability that will happen, especially with your scope. When you're in an EMP zone, the sights, you won't see that on your if you have a red dot, the red dot won't be seen. And then also vehicles, you cannot use it in that zone as well.
Well, I think the more crucial portion of it is if you're going to be driving and midway through that engine just stopped running. As compared to the scopes, these players have been able to really train their aim for pretty long. Nge Pacquiao does not really find enough cover to go up against MSI. Goa now takes the test track, challenging Raimon, but it seems like they're kind of dispersed into multiple avenues. And take a look at that. Minus also looking around. Not too sure if it's the best time for him to also go stirring the Hornet's Nest as of the moment, as they're on top of the track instead. Nate's now being exchanged as Joey identified that there's just going to be more players around this vicinity. One member of the side of MSI being pincered down. And it really seemed like this is a trade-weight warfare to gain a little bit more control over the central area.
Clay Jr. gets minus. Ryman, though, will go down as minus will be taken by Clay Jr. Circle will also come into a close. It actually goes to the areas of Yulin, but looks like YG. They're able to get their position right there nearby the middle of this circle. The battle continues here at Neox Factory and also on Test Track. Looks like MSI. They will have to back out here for a little bit. Claire, though, able to get one knock, but WOM is there. It actually got two there from Claire. But then again, WOM will be there to save the day for CTS Esports. And they'll be able to get that revive right at the edge here on the northwestern side of the circle.
That's a little bit of a deja vu. Remember there was that scene where KHI, they got infiltrated by CTS. This time they tried to infiltrate as well. But CTS, once again, backs that takedown. Thankfully, it wasn't a complete squad wipe for KHI just yet. They're lurking around the blue zone, trying to get those recalls down. Only 2 members left for the meantime as GOA wraps around the corner. They might be met with Hyra right across the edge. A little bit of a risky task coming out of the boys, who's looking to really swing that way into a better position. I mean, GOA so far, they've been able to secure so many of their chicken dinners back in Miramar. And yesterday, doesn't seem like it was their best run, but they've been able to get one win here. So we'll have to really get a quick glimpse on how well can Goa maintain the order, because there is absolutely a chance for Goa to also go up against BG and also NGGZ to finally clinch their hands onto the triple-digit points that they've been able to really race up against. So Team X now caught up by Minor.
Yeah, true enough for GOA. They were able to get that win in air angle against Yangon Galacticos. But look at this one now. Team Max going on head-to-head with GG Esports. 2-man down already for the side of GG. Oh no, it's actually only one. Another nade, and now makes it 2 down. For Team Max, there's only 1 player left. And now he's actually pushed on the side. Astro tried his luck. No go, but there's actually a third party from NGGZ. Spyro needs to heal up. He doesn't have any first aids anymore, but he does have the option to go for the revive for Chernai. And now for GG, they reset as well. In the blue right now, they need to get into the zone, but looks like they're going to have to fight with Team Max right now here at the bottom side of the circle.
Yeah, Chernai landed a first aid kit, and he's willing to also give his life for it. I believe there should be just about enough time for Spyro to go in for the revive. But now the resources are slowly being depleted, and their lives are slowly being claimed by the rest of Team Max. That mass rotation coming out of this squad have absolutely costed them. And I'm just afraid that they're going to be bowing out in a few moments' time, as NGGZ have also been punctured by the rest of Infamous Xavier. And so far, striking pretty hard in the early phase of the game. GG members are not allowed to actually step right in, so plenty of casualties around the board right now as the zone continuously shrinks. And Minor on a desperate attempt to look for a recall. He's the final member remaining, and he's barely alive, and there we go! Struck down by Godspeed at the speed of lightning.
And they did manage to get 8 eliminations though, Contra, so that's for me good for NGGZ, even though that they got eliminated early here at 15th spot. Clay Jr. though will take a headshot as he goes down on the kill feed. So if NGGZ can make more points on the next few games, then maybe they can, get closer to whatever target that they do have, which is actually the match point, so that you can actually, on the next game, get that winner chicken dinner and just, steal away that, win and championship against KHI and Yangon Galacticos. And speaking of KHI, looks like they're able to rotate. Not for Claire, though, because he got spotted here by Fern G. And he's trying to go for the confirmation already. And Claire will be left out by his teammates. GG also trying to rotate in as Austria Esports are the gatekeepers here right inside the blue zone. WOM goes down, though, on the kill feed as well. KHI able now to find a place to stay, but this is not an area where you would need to position in. This is a very open area, Contra.
I mean, they could just use it as a very wide open defensive hole. It does defend themselves against infinite IQ for the moment until they actually close in, but it is also going to put infinite IQ at risk. Meanwhile, back and forth exchange as we see plenty of holes created from the side of Joey to now push over onto the rest of MSI. All bunched up together. KS falling very low, and it's risky to drive over a smoked up vehicle, but they're still pushing up ahead. Glacier now in trouble, but he does actually get some assistance coming out of Rex 18. Perfect shots and perfect lobs of the grenade connecting onto MSI, and that leaves only 2 more members remaining. Monboy on the far end won't be able to form a resistance up against GOA, and my GOA, their swing was just so massive, and it was just so clinical at the same time.
And now for Ostja, I think they're done with gatekeeping them in the blue zone. Look at top right now. He's surrounded by the players of BG, and at the same time, GG Esports, Master D2K, right nearby him. There we go. That Lilyatka will take the elimination. But Nexus Vanguard going for a third party here. There's one of the players of GG who got knocked down, and looks like he's trying to crawl to the circle. Circle will do a shift again. And looks like YG has the magnet right now of the circle. They are right smack at the middle, together with winning a future. And this is what you would need to do, Contra. Like if you're in the lead, the top #1 spot here in the overall rankings, you would just need to, play it a little bit safe. You don't have to really be reckless. You just have to play the objectives. But Ostja, that is going to be it. 4-7 support, and that's the whole team of Ostja out in this matchup.
Wow. Didn't expect them to crash out so early on with only 2 points. It happened yesterday as well, so it seems like Ostja just couldn't really find a way out of these sticky situations. Then again, there's not much space left available for those who are cutting in from the outskirts. Meanwhile, our Esports trying to traverse right into the zone as they look to claim the top end of the hill. There is TTQ hiding right by the corner, but GG, they're going for the drive-by. And it's going to be Superboy that gets pinched out. Yoshi now looking to retaliate as they're hoping to stop GG on their tracks. And that couple of bullets, not quite enough to take him out. But he does shred out the vehicle. No escape, barely surviving on the tail end of it. And Lucky finally turns him down with the couple of all these shells out of his S12K. And so far, looking good for side of Nexus Vanguards, setting up a trap in the middle of the road.
Nexus Vanguard doing a really good job on pressuring GG Esports. They started off right at the edges of the blue zone. Now they're right nearby the eastern side of the circle. But we go at this mountain tops here together with TTQ. Oh, that's Monboy. We'll get drive-by. But it's actually going to be GOA who will take the elimination. So Claude, his elimination got stolen away from him. MSI will be out early here as well in Rondo. And MSI, the struggle continues here for Misfit International. Hyra, though, getting bombarded by another squad. Looks like it's TTQ who's giving them hell. Oh, but for Cute Loki, he gets taken down by Unknown from afar. But they are able to secure here a spot right at the bottom left-hand side of the circle. But they need to manage because they're being sprayed down by Burmese goals. But that's going to be it. The last member of Nexus Vanguard will die in the process.
And that's 10 points already for Burmese goals. They're looking back in their platform. And that pushes NGGZ down a notch. Just like that, Burmese goals, they're climbing all the way back up to challenge Yangon Galacticos once more. IQ this time goes head-to-head up against KHI. Dappy now shreds them all apart. Infamous Area is also on the other side to also butt in. It's going to be a little bit of a tough predicament for these three teams. Meanwhile, zone shifts over on the northern point. It is being shared between the YG as well as WIOF. They're going to be holding out for the moment while we still have that top side of the hill being played out by TTQ as well as another team next to them for the moment. While BG, as much as we were talking about that area over onto the foothill, they've been able to play this out perfectly with Godspeed. Once again, shredding out KHI. My goodness me. It's 14 points of elimination already for Burmese goals.
And look at what Yatka, Unknown, and Godspeed is doing. 5, 4, and 5. And the other guy is just going for that support for the squad. Going for the revives. Going for the rotation as well. BG is doing a really great job here in this first match of the day number 3 of the finals. Match number 13. This might be for BG, but they still need to get into the circle. It looks like Infamous Xaviera, they have their eyes on Burmese goals. They're also trying to rotate their way through the eastern side. It's just an open area, and this is an open space. The only thing that would probably be best for Infamous Xaviera is to crash over to wherever Winning a Future is at, or maybe try to head on to this rock formations and maybe like tree covers that they can use. Currently, BG, one by one, actually going down. There's only 2 members left for them. Lion tries to get in. He actually got sprayed down by GOA. And for Infamous Xaviera, they're left with only 2. The spray down continues. Shin! A lot more of teams spraying down an Infamous Xaviera, and they exploded. That's it for Infamous Xaviera. They're out at top number 7 with 5 elims.
Yeah, there's just no options for these latecomers to join in the ranks. Burmese goals also have been taken out cold as well. But there was a hefty 14 points of eliminations being gained by Burmese goals as they inch closer and closer to the podium. Hyra, they've been able to plan themselves here for a very long time. And you saw, even for Infamous Xaviera, they suffered pretty much the same fate. There's just no space for them to really work out with. So that idea of crashing into the forest, having that rock, was the right call. But the problem is you also do have WIOF as well as GOA both guarding that sector. So it wasn't all too easy for them to really maneuver in. Now, a little bit of exchange. YOLOs finally find that interception, bringing down one member of the side of Hyra. There's enough smokes as well as emergency covers being called out, so they will be able to have such a firm defensive hole. It's just a little bit of wear and tear for the moment. But likelier than not, that zone will shift closer to the center. So it definitely will be a little bit sticky of a situation for those planted over the hillside, such like the names TTQ as well as Hyra Esports.
And look at that shift. Still with Yangon Galacticos and Winning a Future. I think they could work on with a ridge here right in front for Team TTQ and Hyra. But it's just a matter of who will take it. And then also they need to take care of the one on the left side of their perspective, which is GOA. Guardians of Angels will most likely guard and have that angle over Team Hyra and Team TTQ. So they would have to be patient here. There's still a lot of time with a timer now down to 12 seconds. But looks like GOA now will try to rotate in. They found a place to stay. Looks like they will crash over to Winning a Future. Clay Jr. starts now. Shin now tries to defend. And now Lucky. Able. Not able to actually defend, but there you go. That's it for GOA. They're able to eliminate Guardians of Angel who just crashed in. And here comes the third party from YG.
Yeah, that was too risky of a maneuver, and I felt like there was just no other option but for them to really try to contest. Meanwhile, SadeCloud also being punched through. And Master Smile is trying to pop a couple of smokes. WIOF is on the watch. This might just be the best run so far. Romeo now keeps their eyes onto TTQ as they're looking for the vast rotation as well. But Hyra is looking to stop them on the tracks. Miracle falling pretty low. He's trying to dance off up against 3 members, but can he actually pull off a clutch? Apparently not, with the grenade popped in just in the nick of time. And now, Yangon Galacticos try to put up a firm defense up against the rest of WIOF, but it is going to be that grenade that connects. And WIOF are slowly being taken apart as the rest of YG recommits. Big nades falling true. YOLO's holding firm. And Mernat, he's going to be traversing across. There's barely enough space, and Hyra suddenly gets just about enough wiggle room to play towards the tail end of this matchup. YG, 8 points in the back. It can secure even more to take out both members of Hyra. They will be on match point.
Yeah, they need 2 more if they have 8 eliminations now. And they need the winner and a chicken dinner. If they get those, then we will be in match point. They can end the day early on the next game if they get to manage to get that winner chicken dinner. But again, that's a big question for now, because Team Hyra is here to try to defeat the champions, Yangon Galacticos, as they try to manage all over the bamboo fences. And this is the beauty of Rondo. You can destroy these fences, and you can even, dig up holes so that you can get your ridges. You can get those defenses in. But it's going to be a 2v4 situation. Number disadvantage here for Yangon Galacticos. Hey, Cloud. Oh, the nade! Mernat on top of Hyra Min. And then the final spray from Smile as YG gets the winner chicken dinner here in this match.
Incredible work coming out. Yangon Galacticos, within just 1 round, they've been able to reach the match point. And from this point onwards, any chicken dinner from Yangon Galacticos will secure them the championship.
That is indeed right. They are now on match point. More than likely, they're even over than match point. And again, the next target for YG is to get that win in the next match. 1 winner chicken dinner will stop everything. And again, if you are the champions, you get that ticket to the global stage. That's the best prize that you can have here in this region, here in PMCL. Yangon Galacticos Contra just showed us why they are the defending PMCL champs and also why they are the world champs.
That's right. I mean, you can't say it any better than that, my friend. Take a look at this smile popping off when it mattered the most. There was so much pressure coming out of WIOF, and at the very same time, there was also joy on the push as well, where they really have to dissect the fight in an instant. And YG, they've been able to do so overall. I mean, it's just great teamwork being displayed, where you saw big damage numbers coming from Mernat despite not having the same amount of elimination points. It is a perfect team effort that puts them on top of the field.
Wow, it's just, I'm just speechless with whatever YG is just showing us right now. The highlights will speak itself, so guys, do go ahead and watch the highlights.
And there you have it. The defending champions looking to take claim at the throne once more with a hefty 20 points. And now that puts them on match point. And despite all the efforts coming from the rest of the team, you've seen massive results coming out of WIOF, NGGZ, GOA, as well as Burmese goals. But still, nobody has been able to stop YG on their tracks.
Yeah, this team is unstoppable, Contra. Nobody else can probably, defeat this team unless you match their firepower, you even match their objective gameplay. YG, ladies and gentlemen, YG is in prime form right now. And the next goal for YG will be to get another winner chicken dinner on the next match. Because look, 159 is what they have right now. They are in match point. Oh my goodness, YG can end it in 2 matches.
And the crazy portion
will
is
this be the first time, actually?
This might actually be, I mean, even if you take a look, GOA, they got 3 chicken dinners, but you look at the disparity of the results, they have better placement points from YG, they have better elimination points as well to really keep them at the top. But we saw in that round itself, Burmese goals have got a massive 14 point of eliminations, and that puts them into that number 3 spot. But is it too little too late? Now these teams really have to keep hunting out on any team that has purple on their name, because YG could just end it at any given point of these rounds.
What will be the best strategy here is to, target YG. I mean, if you're going to be BG, if you're going to be Hyra, or if you're going to be KHI Esports, who has been struggling right now, the next best thing to do is if you see a player from YG got taken down, you go ahead and push. You put in the pressure so that you can stop this total dominance of Yangon Galacticos. And speaking of dominance, the best IGL in PMWC, Smile, with 4 eliminations, 845 damage, 337 damage taken with 40% team contribution, 25 minutes and 26 seconds survival time. It's just textbook, Contra. What they did there in Rondo, they just waited for the circle to be in their way. They were in the middle and then waited for the teams to come by. And that's how they got that win. And speaking of smooth wins and gameplays, again, guys, please make sure to update your apps right now. Available in version 4.0 so that you can enjoy more of that frame rate. If you get that super smooth graphics. Wow, very smooth game for Rondo here for YG. And again, we can end the night here in match number 14. Who knows, Contra? Will YG win again? Another winner chicken dinner. We'll find out as we go on a short break here. Kuku TV and Contra will be right back.
Here we go, ladies and gentlemen, to our second match of day 3 here in the PUBG Mobile Challengers League Southeast Asia Grand Finals. And yeah, God Galacticos are on match point. Any chicken dinners will be shutting the doors for the rest of the field, and they will be crowned champions once more. We'll see whether will they be stopped on this journey as we'll take this flight from the corners of Milta Power into Georgia Pole.
A very normal flight path is what we have here, Conjure. So this means that teams will be able to go to wherever drop point that they have here in Erangel. And this is going to be a comfort flight path for the defending champs, Yangon Galacticos, since we're now talking about them being in match point. So they will be able to go to South Georgia Pole area. And then for the rest, Burmese Goals will be able to go through the areas of Rosa. KHI will go through Farm area. So those are the teams that we need to, take a look at, because those are the top 1, 2, and 3 teams. But again, where will the circle go? Yesterday, we had one right at the bridge. Ooh, and now it's going to be a different one. A very normal circle for me. Just centering right around school area. This is really going to benefit Austria Esports since they do drop right around school and apartment areas. For now, nothing is going to happen in the early stages. What I mean is no engagements unless they would again target Yangon Galacticos, which is now on match point. And right now, they're just taking all their time getting the vehicles, taking their loots here in the early stages of map or match number 14.
Overall, steady start. For a moment, I was a little concerned with Hyra also floating into the North George terrains. And I thought that perhaps there might just be a little bit of contest, but it doesn't seem like they're looking for a challenge just yet. 159 points right now, scored by YG. And you take a look at the rest of the field. KHI, they're like, what, 40 points, 42 points away? Even if, say, God Galacticos does not score a chicken dinner, right? For these teams to chase 40 over points is going to be a lot of pressure for them to be able to keep up with the rhythm. And they also do need Yangon Galacticos to not score any drop of points in some of these rounds for them to really make the best out of the matches. KHI, second best at the moment, 117. They're also being trailed by Burmese Goals, and they really got to pick up the slack because last round may not seem like it was the best for KHI, but they did manage to at least claim quite a number of elimination points before bowing out.
And for Burmese Goals, they got a lot of eliminations in Rondo, so what they need to do is continue on with that aggressiveness. For YG, they would need to continue on with those good rotation coming into the circle. I am expecting YG to rotate all the way to the northern side of this circle. Because if you try to check all of the games of YG and Erangel, they would normally try to go up on north. Sometimes right on the western side. And then a little bit times on the west side. That's how they try to rotate in. So they have to be careful, most especially those teams who are going for hard rotations, especially for teams that are on the bottom side who would want to go for those hard rotations, or maybe teams that would be gate kept from getting into the circle. For now, Infamous Xaviera able to go through now the shelter area. They're able to get right through this compound right beside the museum, which is Team Max is currently in. I did see Churnai try to fire his gun, so this is just letting Infamous Xaviera know that there's a team right inside this area. So it's now for Team Max. They will have to camp for a while here as we also close the blue zone here for stage 1.
Yeah, sometimes teams will have to pufferfish for a little bit just to signal a little bit of warning for them not to really crash right through. And that is sufficient enough for them to really hold out for the meantime, while Infinity IQ also takes a spot inside a mansion. This is going to be a really good place for them to really farm out those numbers, especially when you saw that first zone is already appearing across school as well as mansion to really cover such a wide variety of space. And for more often than not, picking mansion does allow them to also rotate efficiently as well if it does swerve elsewhere. So we'll have to take a look at the rest of the teams as well. I think Nexus Vanguard's last round, they've done quite a number up against those teams, and they played so aggressively. Absolutely impressive, but it really seemed like 58 points is a little too far out of reach because you need, ideally, all the rest of the chicken dinners to be able to catch up to YG.
I mean, for KHI, they need at least maybe three
Probably
chicken dinners.
three,
Yeah. KHI needs to do a lot of work, and right now they start this work against MSI. Monboy taking those bullets from Migs. Migs needs to be activated here for KHI. Usually we see Migs being the one fragging out for KHI Esports, but he needs support coming from Claire and the rest of KHI Esports. For now, YG, as they rotate into the western side, they are able to find Drex of CTS Esports. A smile from IGL to IGL. He's able to find one down already. And for the rest of CTS, they are now gone in this gas station. And looks like YG will have to refuel up, able to also loot additional items here from CTS.
And it's just so poetic that it is first blood now scored from the side of YG. But it does not matter much for the most part. I mean, YG, it does not matter if they have 1 point or 20 points of elimination right now. What they really do need is a chicken dinner. So they just want to play the best possible location that they could. And it's off to a good start. I mean, taking one player out of CTS, forcing them to traverse over on the field side. Well, Hara, they could be moving a little tad slowly, though. I believe this would still be around the corners of North George as they start their rotations across the field. So they can also opt to take a hole right across the north point of Rozak, just in case if the zone shifts closer to school, so they will get that earlier access. And that might actually block a potential rotation coming from YG later on, if that happens to be the case. As for the rest of TTQ, though, also doing exactly the same as Stage 1 is about to dissipate in less than 30 seconds from now.
Yeah, TTQ coming from the southern side of Pachinki. Now they're still looting up. This is what you would normally do if you're going to be landing right around the southern side of Pachinki. Not much of any loots available, even in Ferry Pierre. Because when I play PUBG Mobile Contra, I play the Ultimate Royale. I do land at Ferry Pierre. We would need more loot than whatever is available in Ferry Pierre. So we do loot right at the southern side of the circle right now as we speak. And look at this shift now. It shifted all the way to the western side part of the playable area. YG would be able to openly get through the circle. And this is going to be a good position for them as they're able to get the highest grounds of them all here in Rozak.
And what's pretty interesting to me is that there's nobody occupying Rozak, so it is a free claim for Yangon Galacticos. So they can actually have a say on really securing this entire area. Just like that, they confidently just drive to the hillside. Like, they didn't even second guess if somebody's hiding inside. And right now they will check as Burmese goals will be able to rock the other side of the hill since they've been able to approach it from school. So both Myanmar teams might just lock horns right now. Godspeed popped off in that last round, and now he's also looking to activate. Shots fired, but not going to be able to find much for now. And now the rest of YG, they'll be alerted to play it a little cool now. And it's just a little awkward sometimes, like the visual bugs, where you see the helmet popping out of that Dacia. He's going to pull back.
All right. I mean, it sometimes does happen as well in the game, like when you play it. Anyways, oh, look at this. I say now comes in. Oh, he actually dodged. Now US burning And then he actually takes down XI. Nice play for Isay. 2-1 at this moment. Able to confirm it with a SAT-97 pump action shotgun. And if you look at the minimap as well, nothing much from the side of Infinite Q. So more than likely, Infamous Xaviera will be able to replenish and maybe even add more to their loot so that they can, battle here in this match, number 14. And for the rest of IQ, they will have to change their rotation. They would try to find a way right over to the bottom side. And when you talk about bottom side of the circle, you're talking about TTQ. So let's see if IQ will go head-to-head here against TTQ.
It definitely is going to be a little bit of a shaky stance for these two teams. Infinite Xaviera, after securing those 2 points, they have been able to overtake MSI. Now we'll see how MSI also answers back. IQ, however, loses 2 as they drove through that bowl. I see a lot of teams making this kind of early maneuvers, and sometimes it pays out. And more often than not, it is very, very punishing when it does not go their way. And take a look at the zone. Once again, we see Burmese goals, Yangon Galacticos, as well as NGGZ to be within the area. CTS going to be regrouping once again. They've already lost 1 member after of YG, and we'll see if YG will be able to actually get the full trade.
YG still working on with a 2-2 split here at Rozok. We are actually on stage 3, and looks like the circle has shifted right over to the areas of school in Rozok. So that's why you can see now teams trying to go for apartments, and look at that. Infamous Xaviera comes in. Lion again. Just roaring over, winning a future. Lucky is now out, and the battle continues here. Lion still goes for the spray. Top is currently down, though, for Austria Esports. But now the nades are now going to be cooked. It will now come in. Isay is also going to be coming in. Right exactly where at Austria is currently located, but Nady knocks him down from afar. And that's going to be it. Oh, Claude naded his teammate to deny.
Wow, just a little bit of a feisty exchange, but a little messy, though. I think that what he intended to do is that he thought that he got knocked by somebody indoors, and he tries to trade back. But instead, you might as well just deny the point if you're not really looking for the rescue. Perhaps that is going to be the game plan after all. Go also joining into the school apartments once more, but Yaka's been on the watch! What a perfect line of sight for Austria to also capitalize on that situation. They got to thank Burmese goals for that. Point stashed away. Goa now only down to 2 members left to fight this one out.
And that's always been the problem of GOA Contra. Like, if the circle is not with them, they're having a really hard time getting into the circle and getting into position. Either one or two of their teams is going to be picked off. And you saw there, Austria Esports able to get 2. And now, for the side of Team Max, just nearby is TTQ. They're not... Oh, there's actually a nade! Trezzy needs to be careful. He has to back out here. And there's not much of any cover here for the side of Team Max. Circle will... if Circle will close later on, and if the Circle will not be on the side of either of the two, you might see them fighting. For now, it's just the calm before the storm. 14 seconds left to go before we go close this circle onto stage number 4. And let's see now where the teams are at. KHI right at the bottom, together with Nexus Vanguard. Rozok is going to be the place to be at, and you can see that shift. Rozok is still here. School is here, and also apartments, but I would say that the circle might go to YG later on.
And I would definitely say that YG has came prepared, reading the zone shifts as well. I mean, they could have actually taken any portion of Rozok, but they decided to move deeper in towards the edge of Rozok. And that really allows them to force these rest of the teams who have moved into the central of the city to fight each other, and once they're weakened, they'll be moving towards the direction of YG. So they're firmly planted. It's going to be pretty hard to challenge YG because there's a slight elevation over on the corner. Hyra's going to do exactly the same thing as they are going side by side up against the rest of these members of CTS. And we still have another rival coming in from the side of KHI. The moment that they stop right around the corners, they are getting bombarded though. Mix needs a helping hand. Meanwhile, they've been able to draw an exchange up against Claude. Infamous Xavier unwilling to share the location, but they got not much of a choice. Asia Esports continuously peppers them with a couple of all these throwables. But KHI so far firmly planted. Thankfully, not much of a casualty happening over onto the bottom end.
It's going to be a battle of patience here between the two, Infamous Xaviera and KHI. Whoever has the least patience will probably die. But again, it's all up to their aim as well. But looks like KHI is ready for action here. Jappy has a UMP. Blanks probably has a shotgun on secondary. Jappy only does have an M16 on the secondary here. So for now, he can go for CQC. Choronai, though, on the kill feed will be spotted by GOA. As we switch over up to the northeastern side, this is Winning a Future. Winning a Future has been doing good so far, in my opinion, on also picking and choosing the locations in the circle. Because if you noticed from the last game, they were together with Yangon Galacticos right at the middle of the circle.
Yeah, certainly if we've seen great results as well as improvement coming out of WLF. I kind of wish they displayed this back in day one, because right now, with less than 7 games to go, I'm afraid that it is going to be nigh impossible for them to be crowned as champions, but they certainly do have a chance to move up the rankings, earn a few $100, or maybe even thousands of dollars if they could do so. And that's currently what's at stake for a lot of the teams over on midfield. But for those who are in the top 5, they absolutely do fancy a chance to, of course, challenge up Yangon Galacticos. Oh! We lost a player right there. Yaka nailed down one member off the TQTQ, instantly taken off the list. Merkel to also follow suit, and Gus now being left in the open field, and the nades are flying through. Oh, a little too close. MSI looking to secure it, but instead, all of that has been claimed by Burmese Goals. They're on fire today. 4 points by just striking players from a distance.
And the circle has shifted again to Rozak. YG still in. Again, we have to focus always on YG because, again, they're in match point now. But you are correct. The Burmese Goals, they're on point when it comes to firepower. Oh, but then here comes KHI. They push in. Claire gets clawed down. And I think there's only 1 or 2 more players left. Forsaken will be taken down. 1 more player left for the side of Infamous Xaviera. Oh, it's a 1v1. Claire versus Lion, and Lion takes out Claire. Oh my goodness, what a play there for Lion.
Oh my word. And with KHI shut down, the only realistic challengers right now in this matchup is Burmese Goals as well as NGGZ. Infamous Xavier, they've been breaking hearts ever since those rounds yesterday. Despite only having 1 member left, I mean, that's 6 points back by Infamous Xavier so far. And we'll see whether he can hold out. Whereas Burmese Goals, they found so many of all these free points. Take a look at this. I mean, they're not doing too much, and just like that, 6 points acquired. And oh boy, they're hunting out for even more. Gerald also looking to that one. Next is Vanguards on the drive-by, and that's just a perfect spray transition coming out of Gerald. And perhaps there's more to be claimed right now. More teams now traveling across as they look to challenge Yangon Galacticos, but they move deeper true. Murnat, going for a catch-up against Cute Loki. He barely has enough cover, but it's going to be Sin instead that gets the knock.
And Winning a Future, helping out the cause here for YG, but now Romeo has to defend. He's able to eliminate 1 there. Actually, he stole that kill from Hyra. But again, here comes the cavalry of Winning a Future. There's a lot of time there because there is a Molotov right in front of them. But Winning a Future, YOLOS! will be spotted by Smile. Infamous Javier, by the way, gets eliminated. Nades coming from the other two from YG. Say Cloud is still knocked down. Romeo did not opt it in to go for the recovery. Oh, but then, one player gets off, and then Romeo clutches its way through, winning the future. Will be gone. They lose one. They can revive one here, which is Say Cloud. But here comes another challenger, Contra.
CTS, they're pushing through. Meanwhile, Big Nate's into the shack. It's a double. And GGZ, they just found the incredible opening. And now T-Max is on the scramble. Plenty of smoke now to be popped up. And it is a big moment as we take a look at teams challenging Yangon Galacticos. And they prevail. You saw that hole coming from Master Smile. Just managing to clear it, and that nade was just sublime. A Kobe out of Daryl again.
That was a pretty hard nade to throw, especially you do have that smoke around that small shack. Beautiful throw there from NGGZ. Circle will now close. Where will this circle go now? As NGGZ gets closer to YG. Still, YG has the circle. Now on a 1-2 split here. Romeo all alone in that two-story house. Hyra does also have the circle right in the northwestern side. As for Ostja, originally they were at the middle. Right now they're having a pretty hard time now as they try to recover Nang X. But if you look at the zone on the southern side, it's pretty open. They can easily run through the roads. But again, NGGZ can spray you down. And then Range gets Capo on the kill feed. Devon will actually take that kill. So a lot of things happening right on the northwestern side of the circle. Nothing yet on the southern side. It's just a matter of time because the zone is now closing.
Yeah, Burmese goals, they just got Ostja pretty much lock on target alongside with NGGZ. So it's between these two teams to try to take them off of this vehicle. So Ostja looking to full send it on their vehicle as the zone is already subsiding. Not much time left. It's going to be a very desperate attempt. We'll have to see if Ostja survives. No! Instantaneously! Unknown goes in for the claim. 2 points in a row. Now it's only down to Ferg. His vehicle's smoking up, and it's still going to be Jarrow once again. So far, he's looking so clean throughout this run. NGGZ now with 4 points, and NGGZ could also be the only team right now to be able to challenge Yangon Galacticos.
Yeah, they're in contention right at 4th. They now have 4 eliminations as well. BG needs to rotate. But there is actually MSI right on the Mount Rozak. As Monbo is just actually waiting there. Jarrell again! From the backside, able to eliminate Unknown. And Min will go down as well. Hyra will be eliminated. Burmese goals though. Pretzel found some opening. Masarichi will be eliminated. Burmese goals now all of a sudden only now down to 1.
Yeah, it really seemed like it's the same episode that we saw back in Rondo. They had a lot of the big numbers being farmed out, but once they need to shift, they suddenly lost all that form of advantage. Now only down to 2 players. Thankfully, they're still alive, but the question is for how much longer? Because they're still not in the zone yet. This buggy, now within the smoke, they will have to see if they could just pull across. But NGGZ as well as MSI, they're just locking them out. Yaka's already down. And I'm afraid that that's going to be Burmese goals pretty much a goner right now. As Godspeed, he's just tanking through the brunt of the damage, hoping to see if he can form a left stand. He still gets 1 knock, but it doesn't really matter too much. As it is 10 elimination points. That makes it 123 points for Burmese goals in this match alone.
We have the final 4 teams here in match number 14. Will this be a smash? Still a possibility here for YG. They still have 3 players intact. Circle will also close. Still, the circle is with Yangon Galacticos. But if you look at the numbers, GG has 4 players still strong right at the western side. NGGZ, though, they need to work it out right on the eastern side. They need to get into the circle. And they will have to go through the defending champs, which is Yangon Galacticos.
And MSI is actually helping them out. Every member of NGGZ is locked out over on the zone, but Mobboy's been spotted out. That is going to be a big opening if NGGZ can just take him out outside. But for now, they're going to reposition. Going on to that buggy, but what is going to be the call right now? Because once they move into Royal Zoc, they know they have to take on Yangon Galacticos. But they got no other choice. Going back to the wheels. Mob really have to make this one work. Arrow still going on foot. So far, he's been performing out of his mind, but the nade's now being prepped up. And GGZ looking to infiltrate.
Oh! Smile gets down. Another nade coming in. Miner and Mitchie. Mitchie from behind. Another nade. Oh, here comes Smile. Smile knocks down 2. And then now here comes NGGZ. Smile goes down. Gerald gets Smile down. And then now for Romeo, he needs to back out. He's the last member for YG, but they eliminate NGGZ.
Oh my goodness. That was one of the biggest fights that we've seen so far. NGGZ, they get taken out, but it allows MSI to close through. They know this is Yangon Galacticos, and they need to ensure that they are eliminated first and foremost. Bombardments all across the shack. And Master Smile, despite that being such a good opening, him stepping out was the cause of the concern, and now there's only 2 members left. MSI, though, they haven't been able to crack the case open just yet. GG also allowed that space, and they can have a say to take this chicken dinner off. But there's barely enough room. Yangon Galacticos pulling off the defense of their lives. Say Cloud.
Oh, actually, Say Cloud gets one down. Bretzel gets down and out. 2v2 here. MSI and YG. Oh, Range is actually on fire. He needs to heal up as well. Another nade coming from Say Cloud as he actually knocks down Odd Boy. Oh my goodness, YG. How are you doing it? Range now tries to defend. 2v1 now. MSI on the brink of being eliminated by the defending champs. As Range tries to traverse here right outside this 2-story building. Say Cloud has more nades to come. Oh, Romeo able to see now. Monboy. Oh, another nade from Say Cloud, but here comes GG. A 4v2 situation now. Can they smash it, Contra?
It is looking a little hard, but perhaps it may still be possible. But the zone is already closing in, and it favors the rest of GG. They've been waiting patiently, and Yangon Galacticos, they were just infiltrated with teams after teams to put them to a halt. And perhaps they might be able to fight even more, but 2 versus 4, a little too difficult. Romeo Boy barely surviving, and they're already behind a corner of the edge. And Romeo is trying to find that space, but it's not going to be quite enough. He's going to spap out, and it will be GG to deny them from getting the smash. As the game goes on, GG is our winners here in the wrangle.
The battle continues. No smash for Yangon Galacticos. That's probably a save from MSI. They did not want YG to make that smash, because if they were able to push GG, then it's going to be YG going for that smash more than likely. But that was an insane battle. Those were 2 battles between YG and NGGZ, and then YG and MSI. They just annihilated those 2 PH teams. Oh my, Contra.
It definitely looks super dramatic. I mean, overall, they've given this lifeline all thanks to GG as well as MSI. I mean, GG, all they really had to do was wait for the golden opportunity to arrive, and overall, I mean, they've been able to really hunker down over on the zone. Well, MSI, they have that big idea. Imagine if it was just MSI versus YG. This could have just been over and done with, because MSI, they kind of over-aggressed, and you saw how well Yangon Galacticos read the approach like a book.
Well, GGW play for good game, well played for them. Devon getting 4, as No Escape getting 2, 1 for Shroud and 1 for Astro. all they needed to do is just wait until all of the battles between YG and another team to finish. And right after that, it all waited for them to come out from that house. And GG gets a win here. I mean, they are right at the bottom side of the overall rankings, but it is a good win for them, a much needed win. And right now, guys, as we watch the highlights, let's see how YG almost smashed it here in match number 14.
It is good game esports that does allow the rest of these teams to have another couple of rounds left to play out. Meanwhile, Yangon Galacticos show us their prowess overall in the fields, having such a great read to hold out in that area of Rosa, but they were outmatched and outnumbered by the tail end. All thanks to MSI's approach to really flush them in their position, but MSI, they also crumbled, defeated by the rest of YG. While Burmese goals, they got 10 mission points, but it's only 3 placements that they've been able to accomplish. So the race is still on.
The race is still on for YG, I believe so. Because if you try to look back Contra in that match alone, YG had to defend against 4 teams. Nexus Vanguard, Winning a Future, MSI, and NGGZ. That is how good YG is. And then right at the end, GG was able to gatekeep them from getting out of that house. It's just a matter of, how many teams can Yangon Galacticos handle. For now, let's see now the overall rankings right after that match. Look at what gap now Yangon Galacticos has built here. 176 points, comparing to the second place team, Burmese Goals, 126. So if you try to do the math here, Contra, 3 chicken dinners is what Burmese Goals needed, right?
Well, technically, yeah. I mean, at this rate, they're really hunting out for elimination points for most part. So if they're going to play the long game, I think they're on a right trajectory to eventually be matching up to Yangon Galacticos. If ever Yangon Galacticos crashes out early on, maybe 2 or 3 of those rounds. So it is still a daunting task, but right now, it seems like it's still a one-way horse race so long as YG continuously put those numbers on the block. Take a look at that. Highest amount of eliminations, as that is closely matched by Burmese Goals as well as GG. Anyone with the letter G in their name is part of the top 4 right now, including NGGZ. I mean, overall, it's been such a well played out round for most of these teams, including NGGZ. We saw Gerald's been doing so much in this matchup.
Oh yeah. And Jarrell needs more help from his other teammates like MM. I would say Michi, because Michi is one of those fraggers out there from the PH region that can pop out for NGGZ. But who's the MVP for match 14? It is Davon. with 4 eliminations, 308 damage, no damage taken for this guy. They were like just waiting all throughout that match because the circle was just keeping like going to the areas where GG Esports was at, like at Rozok, right on the northeastern side of the playable area before, and then eventually they just waited for the battle to finish with YG and the rest, and that's how they basically got all of their eliminations as well. But again, guys, we will always remind you to keep your apps updated to the newer version 4.0, so that you can enjoy now your super smooth graphic. It is available on all devices, guys. And once you do that, your device might be able to get much more frame rate. And unfortunately for my device, I cannot do that because it's still at the same frame rate, which is 60 FPS. I might as well want to buy, right after this tournament, the POVA 7 Ultra 5G.
Yep, that's right. And of course, coming up next is going to be another round of Erangel. So we'll be back after a couple of minutes. So don't go anywhere.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are back for more PMCL action as we fly into match number 15. This is Erangel. YG almost smashed in match number 14. GG able to get that win. Let's see if this will be the time that YG can go for the smash as we start the flight path from the bottom side of Kameshki, right straight through the bottom of the map at Sosnovka military base. Circle earlier was at Rozhok. We already had 3 circles in the finals from day 1 until now, down in the bottom area of Sosnovka military base. Let's see, where will this circle go now? Nothing much, I think, would happen. I think there's only like 3 teams that would fight for those vehicles. I would say Team Hyra, Yangon Galacticos, who would try to get their vehicles right around the bottom side of shooting range. But the rest, I think they will be able to get through the areas of Erangel. As you can see now, some teams are actually right nearby each other. Contra, we have YG CTS. There's also Burmese Skulls right nearby them, right on top of Rozhok. Circle will be right at the center, right on the bottom side of Pochinki. So this can still be a circle right on the Sosnovka Island.
Yeah, potentially so, but there's definitely a bigger intersection that is being covered from the zone itself on towards the mainland. So likely than not, it could still end up in between throughout the mid phase of the match, or it could end up around Farm Pochinki, so to speak. So we'll have to see how this one plays out. Because of this skewered flight path, we're also looking at YG unable to reach out to the hospital grounds as well as South George. So they are currently situated somewhere right across Rozhok for the meantime. And last round, they've been able to strike down 1 player out of CTS because they were fighting for those vehicles. And CTS this time is the one pushing up the hill because they've got pretty much the majority of their members, but they don't really have too much of their arsenal weapons at the ready. Speaking of which, there's an AK at the very least, so they might be able to trade back. Murdat, he's got to be ready for this. It's going to be a risky attempt. Oh, there we go. Quick catch onto Yangon Galacticos, and CTS is looking for the big payback.
And they see YG are not being the first blood. And right now they go for the search on to say Cloud. And not so sure Contra what happened next. Oh, there we go. Looks like Say Cloud is just holding around right behind that tree. And they will be able to get the knockdown to Say Cloud. And this is so bad for YG now. They lose 2 early in this matchup. Not even 5 minutes in this match, they lose 2 already. So this will lessen the chances of YG to go for the smash here for match number 15.
Yeah, I felt like perhaps that 2-2 split wasn't really working to the best of their capabilities because they were sending these 2 members to be on the lookout for those vehicles. Meanwhile, you take a look inside the city of Rozhok as well. It's also being occupied by Burmese Gold, so they had no other better option unless if they had a 4-man drop directly into Rozhok to try to fight for the vehicle up against BG. Could have actually been maybe a better opening for them because BG likes to start off from school. But with the extension out of those members, it makes it a little bit harder. And, oh, thankfully, it's back on 4 wheels. CTS, they now claim 70 to themselves, and I think everyone's going to have to thank CTS to be able to, you know, put YG down to size. But hey, we'll have to see. Maybe it could still be a miraculous 2-man chicken dinner. We never know. But very likely or not, it's going to be another team to back to win this game.
And for Hyra, they will have less threat right around Georgiopol, as they know already that 2 players off from YG. So only 2 players are actually just looting around the southern side of Georgiopol. So they might want to think about, you know, if they want to get eliminations, they might want to think about rotating at the areas of Georgiopol on southern side. As for the winners of match number 14, GG Esports already in rotation, trying to get some areas right at Gatka, while DTQ Gus got taken down by KS. Yeah, Pacquiao comes in and will more than likely go for the confirmation.
Yeah, very quick work coming out of Joey. Usually they're the ones to start off from the islands, but they've been able to really serve across rather cleanly and been able to also get a pointer back. It's going to be great for them to also hold out. They're still within the portion of the zone. They don't really have to do anything too drastic for the meantime, as they will continue to stockpile some resources out of that fallen member of CTS. Well, actually TTQ. My bad. Anyways, moving over on to the side of NGGZ as well. Jarrell so far have shown that today he's waking up on the right side of the bed. Last round, we saw him claim about, what, 4 to 5 points all by himself.
And for NGGZ, they find some enemies nearby. His team Max, Chernai will most likely be sprayed down by the players of NGGZ as he's out in the open right at farm. So he's just trying to avoid all those bullets. And he will more than likely go together with his teammates now. They're currently on a 2-2 split. Chernai still driving around the areas. Miner, though, looks like he's able to find now the rest of Team Max. And he will try to go for the tower here to maybe get a little bit of that height. Nope, he won't go do that. He will just try to scope out, check, see what things are out there. And we'll just try to hold on at this location. He will try to refuel up his buggy. Again, very important as well for these cars to have all the gas in order for them to traverse through the circle that we do have for this match. For now, nothing else is happening. It's just most of the rotations that these teams are doing.
Yeah. Meanwhile, a lot of all these teams will be looking to get a hole out of the potato hills, which will be a focal point of this current zone, being pretty much closest to the center, without needing to commit themselves either into the island, and they can still play around the entire open fields, having that bird's eye advantage up the hillside. As for Yangon Galacticos, they finally have the entire city of Rozak opened up for them, since BG have already left the scene. So they can finally stock up. You take a look at Romeo. He's holding onto a pistol for so long. The worst start possible that we're seeing here from the side of Yangon Galacticos, to be forced to play in such a tempo. Of course, no fault to them. It's just an unfortunate drop for the rest of YG. That does not give them any form of edge at all. Meanwhile, infiltration coming through with the rest of WIOF marching up against GG, who've won out last round. Now we'll see how well will they hold out over on the quarters of this farmhouse.
And GG tries to back out, winning a future. Just cooking their nades in. YOLOs will probably have to fight against Astro, and there we go. YOLO's able to throw that nade exactly to where Astro is at, so they have the man advantage now as they go for the confirmation for Astro. So they're stuck right now in this warehouse. Claude gets a frag grenade onto NGGZ, but there's going to be another trade there. As Mitchie is down, Forsaken is down. Infamous Xavieres does have the man advantage here. Miner at the back line here at the squad house. Mitchie trying to crawl out. Claude has different idea. Just to go for the confirmation. And that is it for Mitchie. Claude with that frag grenade. Now able to get on top of the roof. Able to go for the spray down as well. And for Team Infamous Xaviera, Forsaken, more than likely he will get a revive of his NGGZ. They will survive for now here with 2 players left for the squad.
There's also some pressure coming from the outskirts as well, which is why Claude is being forced to just descend from the roof, which he's been able to get the quick glimpse of those other players right across, but they will call for a truce for the meantime. Somehow CTS is still looking around. They know that YG cannot be moving too far off from Rozak, so they're on the hunt. They're not going to spend too much of time here, it seems. There's still going to be 2 members up towards the hillside. And perhaps YG could look to avenge their fallen teammates. For what it seems to be, I think CTS might have actually spotted out some of all these players from YG to be moving across, which is why they're looking to slowly zone them out. Instead, taking things one step at a time. YG forced to play so passive. Meanwhile, infiltration once again from WRF. Botch! As Master DK had a hole with the S12K. Has to go in for a deep reload though. 5 more bullets back on track. And WIOF still tries to crack this case open. And look who's here on top of the hill. It's going to be GOA looking to be involved as a third party. Devon soaks up a big, massive nade. And the Blue Zone's here. They got to settle the scores real quick. And GG from Heroes, they might turn to Zeros right now. Oh! And that is a big connection coming out of Minus. Got Pikel. Also looking to strike one down. So it is an even 2v2 right now.
Well, not anymore. Has Winning a Future able to decimate the whole squad of GG Esports. GG Esports not so lucky this time around, as the circle is just not finding their ways. But again, still, the observers here is GOA. Still observing right nearby the blue zone. They're actually spraying down on Team Hybrid X RA Esports. And still, CTS still on the hunt. They're looking for Romeo and Smile. Looks like they have the goal here to, stop YG from, smashing. I think they heard already the footsteps. Demios goes for the throw of the nade. No heals available, I think, for Smile. He's down to very low HP. He tries to fire his PP Bison, but Demios does have the S12K, knocks down Master Smile. And for Romeo, he will try to run away from that spot. Doesn't have any vehicles as well here, Contra. Looks like CTS Esports has the number of YG this time.
Yeah, CTS is really doing everybody in the lobby a favor. And by far, this is possibly one of the worst rounds being played out by Yangon Galacticos. I mean, it is just a very difficult stance when they were still hoping to secure those vehicles. They couldn't find any to even get by into their usual city of South George. Being picked apart by CTS. I felt like it is just a big revenge arc back in Game 1 where it was CTS that got punished in return. But now, it's on YG. I mean, as much as I was just scrutinizing on how dismal of a performance this is for YG. You take a look at the charts, it's still 50 points that YG is ahead of Burmese Goals. But Burmese Goals, they'll be happy about this situation. They can now look to close up the gap a little bit wider. I mean, overall, the past couple of rounds, BG have been able to secure double-digit of eliminations despite not even getting anywhere close to the top 4. Now, imagine this. If BG gets another big round like that, and if they make it to a top 4, even the chicken dinner, that gap may not mean much at all.
Oh, yeah. Well, for BG, they need to focus. I mean, they had 2 games already where they got so many eliminations. So they must be, exhausted of that gameplay that they've been showing. So maybe this time around, I would think that they would focus more of the objective, which is trying to just be in the circle, which is right now. You see that shift towards the western side, or eastern side rather, of Pochinki. Not much of any movements I would expect on Burmese Skulls. They would probably rely on the firepower later on, once they're left with only a few teams here in this matchup. But for Claire, KHI, I think the struggle continues here. Claire will be confirmed right away by Burmese Goals. But then again, it is Esports who is going to be gatekeeping now. No YG, but GOA.
Yeah, they're just raggedly hanging out by the edges, and GOA so far have been able to strike back. And meanwhile, the fight erupts between KHI as well as Nexus Vanguards, down to size, only down to Superboy right now, as they sent in the hovercraft to go in a little rather late coming from Joji, but he's been able to look for a cleanup. But BG, one that has a final say, steals 1 point away, just like how they've been stealing every other point from that last round.
Oh, and look at Romeo. Crawling at the grasses of Erangel, right on the north side of this circle. Trezzy does have a vehicle. Romeo just trying to hide behind a tree now. He doesn't have any heals as well. This is very, very sad for Romeo. And like what you said, again, this is the worst game possible for YG. But you cannot count out YG here. Oh, Rex actually goes down with the blue zone. You can see that while he was riding the car of Nyan Pacquiao for Team GOA. They're left with only players here, Nyan Pacquiao and Clay Jr. And they're having a little bit of trouble. Oh, and that's it. That's it for Romeo. YG will be able to rest up here, Contra, and then with that rest, they can, you know, go back to the drawing board, maybe plan out on how they can smash for later on.
Yeah, I mean, all in all, it's just not the kind of zone that really allows them to really gain any form of an edge at all. Meanwhile, GOA 7 points already after Nyan Pacquiao tramples them. Meanwhile, they drop straight into the crosshairs back towards Team Max. So the streak for GOA ends here. They did have themselves securing 107 points after that massive hurdle. Now we see a total of 6 teams with more than 100 points acquired. MSI, the next team to also join in the triple-digit club. As for Team Max, I've mentioned about securing the Taputo Hill and how well that could actually reward them. So far, looking very clean as they got some good view up against Asia Esports, who's also having trouble with top going by the edge of zone. MSI gatekeeping that Lone Ranger for the moment. It doesn't seem like they'll be able to really find a good angle for now. Couple of spray, not quite clear. On the other side of the hill is also looking to trade back as they try to tap tops out of that vehicle. It's going to take a long time. Ramen also spots out one member of the all the way across the high grounds.
Circle will also close. There we go. Still, for VG, they do have the positioning right on the bottom side of the circle. MSI. Looks like Pretzel will be left alone there. Will die in the blue. MSI does have 3 players left remaining here. Still can manage, I think. They're now going up against Austria Esports, who is riding their cars now. Maybe trying to bail out from that scene. Trying to focus now on the circle, since that the circle has shifted away from them. Same goes for MSI, but I think this might be a battle between MSI and BG if MSI would think of crashing towards Burmese goals. Shin, though, will be taken down. Not on a place where you want to be, Contra. Look at them. Only just hiding behind the one rock and then 2 broken vehicles. And they will probably manage for now, as they will probably try to pop up those smokes. Same goes to whatever Austria is doing right now. They're just defending themselves against those teams right up above the hillside. We have Team Hyra and Team Max. And currently, Team Max is firing their guns towards Team Hyra. And let's see, where will Hyra go now as they try to get into the circle. Looks like their target will probably be Team Winning a Future. No, they will go for the compound. Oh, but Team Max Spyro, look at that spray. Able to knock one down from Hyra.
Yeah, I mean, overall, they've always had this bird's eye vision, and now the nades are falling right through. These teams are just desperate to look for any form of space to cling onto these farm grounds. It is proving to be very, very treacherous. Wherever they turn, there's going to be a team guarding by. And once more, Burmese goals on the long-range attempts, striking out members after members of TTQ as they try to traverse across, now only on foot, down to Miracle only. Oh boy, I don't think he's going to be able to buy too much time. Well, there's been a little bit of back and forth trade. X now looking to also pin out some of all these other players from the outskirts. That's it. It seems like the coast has been cleared up from the side of X. But T-Max, so far, having such a firm hold. Look at that split. 2 all the way up north. Another 2 wide split closer to the center, as well as the edge over west eastern corner map. So by doing so, T-Max, they essentially took out 1/3 of the current area of play.
Min now. Spring down on Ostia. Ooh, looks like they will meet with winning a future. Minus surprising top. Top goes down, but the nade from Min. Another nade coming through. Hyra. Oh, how in the world are they able to survive that? Another frag nade. Oh, that's gonna be it. Winning a future. Got bombarded by Team Hyra. And as they do that, Circle will now shift. And it goes away from Burmese Skulls here, Contra.
Yeah, they've been going for those long-range tap-out, and now they really have to also full send it up against the rest of NGGZ as well as MSI. They're already on it, though. MSI looking to infiltrate, but it's going to be NGGZ holding down the line. Gerald once again to save the day. That could have actually been them bowing out. And now the pressure is on. Burmese goals, they heard all those noise. And perhaps they're looking to also take claim in that portion of the compound. But they also have to take note that Hyra is right across. So Burmese goals, they don't really want to overcommit just yet. Goes on the 2-2 split right behind the hillside. If it ever shifts again, at least they can actually take a swing over onto some different directions. But you can tell how technical this fight has been between all the teams out there. Merkel, so far, he's been stuck out there in the field. Burmese goals have already locked them on target for the longest of time. And once more, Burmese goals. Remember back in day 1, they were starting off on second place, having just a couple points behind YG. And now they were on second spot. Billful Nate connected first side of Infinity IQ. And it's another one onto IC. And now that's all that's left is Claude, who's not soaking the brunt of it. But this isn't going to be a good case scenario for them, as all the nades will connect. IQ just wiped them off with every trouble possible.
And that was with the help of Team Max from right above. NGGZ also will get eliminated in the process. But there's going to be a battle between KHI, Hyra, and BG. Ooh, Unknown gets that spray to the face of Fern G. And for Unknown, he's not looking towards Team Hyra. I mean, you see the smoke right in front of him. He's actually more focused on the ones on the higher ground. And also, Unknown is actually getting some shots coming from the side of Infinity IQ. So they need to reassess the situation here. As looking at the situation, they are actually replenishing their items from the bodies, or probably from the bodies of NGGZ.
True enough. I mean, overall, with BG stacked up, with every single trouble, they just unleash it upon Hyra. They stood no chance being bottlenecked into that tight little space. Infinity IQ is the ones that are holding on to some really good spacing, as they do get a glimpse on both Burmese goals as well as Team Max at the same time. But the only problem is if Stage 6 swerves away from them, then they will have to move out in the open. And that's not going to be good for IQ in either stance that they do take. But for now, they will have a really firm placement for themselves. Asha Esports now down to size. Initially, they were the ones taking charge over the hill. As you can see, the zone now closes true. Neither does Team Max or IQ benefits from the zone. So they now have to step out in the open. And Burmese goals, if they are staring across, they will be able to find those catch. And they start off early, taking down Master Hong. Gotta go for that quick revive, though. Godspeed so far. Still magnificent round after round.
Yeah, the firepower continues here for Burmese goals, and they're doing it all throughout the game. and all throughout from the very beginning of day number 3. So this is so amazing for Burmese Goals that they're able to show this. They just need to be consistent. They need to continue this. Right after this game, they need more. For now, they're still in the zone together with the rest. Ooh, Godspeed with a headshot on to Team Max. Chernai goes down as well, courtesy of Team Infinity IQ. Circle, by the way, has shifted, Contra. This is now stage number 7. Team Max and IQ needs to move. But more than likely, Max will be able to gatekeep the players of Infinity IQ.
Yeah, it's between both Team Max as well as Burmese Goals right now to really hold on to their current fortress for the moment. KHI, they were lucky enough to take over that bottom area where, you know, it's only playable throughout the late game because of scenarios like this. And WWF, they had that initial taunt, but they were pretty much bunched up, and Mix will be the one to take out Infinity IQ. Not too shabby of a run. Top 5, 5 points on the block. And now, the onus is on Team Max. Where exactly will they go? They're going to go after the bunker. Held out by KHI. And just like that, one member dropped out. Mix now getting involved as they're trying to take up every single piece of these points. Asha, the next one to battle as Yaka takes out Fern. And now it's going to be a big eruption. KHI so far phenomenal on this low ground defense. But when exactly does Burmese Gold want to be part of this equation? It's going to be a little bit of a rowdy ride for Trezzy as he's being shredded apart. Those nades are falling through. Burmese Goals, they're looking to be involved right here, right now.
And the nades are coming from above. Oh my goodness. And then the shotgun. Chappie goes down. Blanks now. We'll try to use to defend for now. Ooh, there's actually an explosion. Another frag grenade is right beside Trezzy. Oh my G, he needs to go for it. And no! He naded himself in the process. And now BG has total control now of the situation. Only one player left. Migs is now spotted all up against 4 members of Burmese Goals, and looks like he will deny himself with that molly as BG gets the win in this matchup.
And finally, they've been rewarded with their efforts. Round after round, we've seen them secure double-digit eliminations, and this time, it comes along with a chicken dinner, all by their sheer hard work and effort. And my, Burmese Goals, they're going to give Yangon Galacticos a big run for the spot to head to the PMGC.
They need to do more, though, Contra. They need a couple of more of those good games. I mean, if not winner chicken dinners, I would want them to be aggressive, get those double-digit eliminations so that they can be closer to Yangon Galacticos. But again, Yangon Galacticos will have a long rest because right after this, Contra, it is already match number 3. We will, you know, take that break as well. So a lot of teams will have to regroup. CTS has their target to Yangon Galacticos. Actually, it's probably everyone has their target locked to Yangon Galacticos. Yangon Galacticos needs to be smart in this type of situations.
They definitely need to do so, as BG is trailing closer and closer round after round. And let's take a look at the stats. I mean, it's been phenomenal. This time we finally get to see the big activation coming from Lil Yatka. It's been a long while Unknown, Godspeed, Itchy, they're still showing what they've got. This time, a little bit more limelight on Unknown as he's been able to dish out majority of the damage. And you saw how many points as he's been nabbing across the field upon teams who are hoping to step towards a better location. They've always been spotted out by Unknown, and overall, it's been efficient gameplay round after round for Burmese Goals in order to just find that bounce back performance. Remember, just about yesterday, they were around 9th or 10th, and just by having these 3 great rounds, they are now back in shape. We'll take a look at the highlights again to see the success story of Burmese Goals.
Burmese Goals getting the win in match number 15. And you can see now the results. 23 total points. And the aggressiveness continues for BG. But this is a wake-up call now for KHI. Look at them, able to get 12 points in this matchup. Team Max also trying to wake up with 10. Infinity IQ getting 8. The GOA getting 7. Austria getting 5. Azira and Infamous Xaviera getting 5 and 4, respectively. And again, what's interesting will be the second half of this match ranking, as you will see the defending champs, the one that is within the match point. It is Yangon Galacticos. Look at their performance here. None for match number 15. But we are going to expect that they're going to bounce back strong, as we do have another Erangel coming up next after this matchup.
That's right. Of course, we take a look at the points right now. Burmese Goals now inch closer and closer. They need another 10 points in order to reach the match point, but this is the best chance so far. Burmese Goals, they are on a hot streak at this moment. They overtake so many teams. They started off 9th, and look where they're at right at this moment. The only other team to be looking to topple Yangon Galacticos, and I mean, this round itself, YG didn't get to play at all. Meanwhile, it allows so much more opening for all these teams to be able to acquire points, such as KHI that you've mentioned. Team Max overall had that great compound up the hillside, and even Infinity IQ have been able to play it out from the southeastern portion. So it's been a rather huge round for all these teams out there, as they're looking to improve their standings. And with that being said, the MVP is none other than Lil Yacht Cub with 5 elimination points and also plenty of damage to dish out. What impressed me is a 14% of headshot on top of that.
Yeah, he is the Terminator of week number 1 of the group stage. He is now able to also wake up, because in the first couple of days, we didn't really see much of Lil Yatka. But again, now he's able to activate himself. BG also, the whole squad itself, Contra, has been able to wake themselves up. But anyways, guys, let's actually go on a really short break here as we go along this day here in the PMCL Southeast Asia Fall 2025 Grand Finals Day number 3. Kuku TV and Contra will be right back.
New RP A15 is here. Level 100 Mythic Custom Color Male Outfit is here. Get rewards worth up to 80,000 UC. Come take a look. New Mythic Custom Color Male Outfit. Freely change colors to show off your own unique style. New upgraded Candied Haunter MP7 is here, along with tons of firearm finishes, as well as the Skeleton Trail UTV vehicle finish. Tons more items await. Get all of the above with just 720 UC and reaching the corresponding levels. Upgrade to Elite Pass Plus for even more surprises. Exclusive avatar frame, victory dance, collectible statue, and weekly 50% bonus rating points. And you can get all 720 UC back. Event period 2025 9/11 at 2 o'clock. 2025 11/10 at 23:59. UTC +0. Unlock RP A15 now.
EFT with him. Razak here with the shotgun around the side. PGC champion.
I just need a spot, light in the dark. I got a 2-chambered heart, too. Don't always listen when you talk. We was wishing upon a star.
I've just landed. Real enough that this battleground will remember.
I'm bringing the static. She sees the world, respect I follow with my soul connect. Hey,
They draw the line.
and I'm out in a storm. I still come aiming, I pressure and rain. Whoa. No fear, every step I claim, face strong, not a thing I change. Staying in my lane.
내가 선택한 플레이. 정해진 룰은 없어. 내가 정해. 그게 바로 G-Dragon. Battleground.
Why?
That's the reason why.
Higher frame rate options available. Download PUBG Mobile version 4.0 for the smoothest victories.
New World of Wonder Pass and gifting incentives. Welcome to World of Wonder 1.0. Let your creativity run wild. The new World of Wonder Pass is here. Complete missions by playing World of Wonder content to earn points. Get creation promotion cards, World of Wonder rune cards, avatar frames, limited time firearm finishes, and more for free. Plus, upgrade to the Elite Pass, originally worth 480 UC for just 299 UC. Unlock tons of customization options, new outfits, and exclusive perks. Through gifting incentives, you can send World of Wonder exclusive gifts to creators. Creators gain creativity points by receiving gifts. Not only can you unlock cooler custom items, but you can also win huge cash rewards by reaching the top of the creativity points ranking. All cash rewards can be viewed and withdrawn from the co-creation wallet. World of Wonder Pass and gifting incentives rewards will also be partly invested into the World of Wonder incentive program to give back to every contributor in the World of Wonder ecosystem. The first ultimate set with removable outwear, Nixon Sinistra, is now available. The first advanced upgradable firearm with sound effects, Nixon Rose AUG, has arrived. It comes with an exclusive inspect emote to help you stand out on the battleground. Plus, a cool elimination broadcast, elimination effect, and loot crate to turn eyes on the battleground. The matching Resonant Mel Glider is sure to make a stunning entrance in battle. Equip the Nixon Sinistra set and battle in style.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, as we bring you through the grand finals of the PUBG Mobile Challengers League Southeast Asia. As much as Yangon Galacticos are holding on to that match point, they have yet to find the successful smash just yet. But Burmese goals with that massive win and a hot streak for the entire course of the day. They're looking to challenge Yangon Galacticos. Of course, it's your boys here, Contra as well as Cuckoo TV, to bring you the heat and all the action. I mean, Cuckoo, I think there's a world of possibilities here. I mean, CTS, they've done everyone a favor in that last round.
Yeah, CTS did everyone a favor by deleting YG at the very early stage. I mean, they got eliminated first before YG, but the damage has been done with those two early eliminations. I believe so. It was say Cloud and Mernat that they targeted, and it's just a matter of that flight path that we just had in that previous match. But anyways, before we even continue with the conversation, let's thank our official gaming phone for the PMCL Fall of 2025. Meet the POVA 7 Ultra 5G. It supports PUBG Mobile at 120 FPS, delivering ultra smooth competitive gameplay. It's 6.67 inch, 1.5K AMOLED display with a 144 Hz refresh rate, pulls you into a world so smooth you'll never want to look away. A 6,000 milliampere battery, 70 watt ultra charge, a 30 watt wireless charging. This isn't just a phone. This is the future in your hands. This is the POVA 7 series.
That's right. And of course, that being said, all of you guys can definitely get some massive performances out of the Tecno 7 Ultra if you guys are looking for a phone that brings you every single edge of winning chicken dinners or winning whatever games that you guys play on top of benefiting in your day-to-day lifestyle. So other than that, what you guys need to do is also to update your PUBG Mobile app into the 4.0 rendition, where it allows you to enjoy without your phone going on overheating. So it has been proven that it has lowered down the temperatures when you run the app for about 15%, and also on an average that's about 4 Celsius lower than usual.
Yeah, and instead of like you buying your own mini fan, right? Try to just go for that super smooth graphic available right now. Anyways, we also have the brand new mode in-game. It's called the Unfail. 1 Predator versus 4 survivors. New thrilling pursuit and escape game mode. Stay tuned for more updates. More than likely, we'll get updates about this one. But I haven't really tried this because I'm just waiting for the tournament to finish. And then right after this tournament, I'm gonna, play with my friends. Try to do a little bit of content in Unfail.
That's right, and of course, we do have the collaboration with G-Dragon. That's only for a limited time, so make sure you grab your hands on the Ubermensch gears as well as all the great skins with this PUBG Battlegrounds, PUBG Mobile, and GD collab. So, if you guys are a big fan of Big Bang or GD himself, make sure you check this one out. And not only do we have this collaboration with GD, we also do have this one with Lotus as well, where we have this team event motor cruise available until the 4th of November. So you guys got just about 1 month left to get your hands on the Amiibo, or of course the beautiful green one. What's the name called again? Well,
it's the Emira and the Amaya.
Emira and Amaya. Yeah, there we go.
There we go. Those are the iconic Lotus cars, Contra. And I did try the yellow car, the Amaya. The Amira, I haven't found any enemy yet trying to ride that car in-game. So, I mean, I haven't really gotten the skin specifically yet, but I'm just getting it from the enemies.
Well, I'm hoping to try it out in real life as well. I mean, these cars, they look superb. And of course, what else looks superb right now? The points for our top 2 teams. I mean, Burmese Goals, they've been on a streak where we're talking about, on an average, 14 points per round. That's just astounding coming from Burmese Goals. And last round, they've just acquired their biggest highs yet with 20 over points being back. And now it's time for us to move into our final map of Wrangle, perhaps, because Yangon Galacticos will have a say if they are still the #1 team after those mirror rounds. But for now, of course, we'll see whether this time it will be smooth sailing or otherwise BG is going to be looking to capitalize.
Well, let's see if BG can capitalize, can get their momentum straight going into match number 16, or will Yangon Galacticos be able to avoid those early engagements here in match number 16? Let's go ahead and start it up, Contra. Let's fly to Arangao.
And of course, there's drama brewing in the air This time around, I would say the flight path is a little bit more forgiving for a majority of the teams, means that's not going to be too much of a hassle for YG this time around to be able to get into South George efficiently. I won't really say the same about those who love to move into the island. It's still going to be a little bit of a stretch for teams like GOA, but for most part, it is pretty much a good access to majority of the cities. Therefore, we're going to be looking at a lot of possibilities here taking effect into this matchup, and I wonder if we're ever going to get another island ending.
Oh yeah, we haven't gotten yet any here in day number 3. We got 2 from day number 1, and then we got 1 from day number 2. I mean, it's kind of like 50-50 in day number 2 because it ended up right at the bridge itself. So it's not really the island where we actually got that circle. Well, anyways, early engagements will be probably coming from the eastern part of our map because it's far from the usual distance, especially for those teams who drops out at Milta and also in Milta Power. Ooh, circle! This is a YG circle, Contra. Then again, you do have CTS right at Severny. They can easily take advantage of this type of circle, be the ones first right at that middle portion so that they can have that advantage early on in this matchup. As for Infamous Saviera, they are now able to get that vehicle going now to the areas of Milta. And for YG, for now, it's going to be peaceful. They're going to ride their horses, and they will be able to loot up here at South Georgia Pole.
Yeah, they got to make this one count, though. I mean, this is one of the best chance possible for them to take whatever space necessary. Despite having Hyra to be playing over North George section, I do think that there's still opportunities for them to be able to claim more of that space if they want to wrap up further north. Or if they want to stay put in South George, they can absolutely do so. CTS also have been able to take claim over the northern portion by having the hold onto Severny. So they're going to be happy about the scenario where they could just quickly loot up and move over to shooting range to take over control. Whereas Nexus Vanguards, they're going to be moving across the shorelines already to really form up. And it seems like they're all the way down south. It's going to be a little bit of a long ride for the meantime, though, to be able to actually get more done. As we also have a glimpse out of Infinity IQ. Last round, they did manage to secure a top 5 finish. So it's been gradually improving round after round as we see IQ now sitting at top 10.
Oh yeah, well, with IQ being able to, be right at the ending of match number 14 or 15, here in match number 16, they can try again, but they will have to rotate all the way from Milta Power area all the way to the northwestern side of the map. So the pretty long rotation. Probably they will go for the eastern side of that circle. Another team that has actually woken up from the last game is KHI Esports. KHI, unfortunately, right at the ending, Migs opted to just, Molotov himself so that he can avoid the 4 players of Burmese goal. So they might want to avoid that instead. Maybe try to keep all players alive and intact right at the ending. And again, they have that momentum coming in this round because they did manage to get, I believe so, 12 or maybe even 11 points in match number 15. So now all they need to do is just, focus more of the circle, be aggressive all at the same time so that they can catch up with Burmese goals and probably Yangon Galacticos, who is sitting on top right now with 176.
Yeah, I mean, overall, it's been an absolutely interesting case study for some of these teams, right? And for most parts, Burmese goals, they find their success by planning themselves into choke points where teams will just generally bunch up, and they just got so many of all these easy third party for them to stash away. It's been enacted for 3 rounds in a row. Last round was the most efficient one that they've been able to take a white wrap from the south, eventually taking on teams after teams, and they have to infiltrate certain compounds to also take claim. So it wasn't exactly just about them sitting all around. They've also been active. So BG, they just gotta, once again, stick to the same formula. While the rest of NGGZ, they waste no time. They're looking to take claim over on the northern portion of the map. Plenty of space for the moment. So they're absolutely allowed to have any form of a wiggle room, whether they want to take it closer towards Rozak or even maybe extend it to the crash site to be closer to the shooting range.
And looks like they're gonna go straight up north of Georgia of Rozak rather. And Burmese Goals actually does need only 10 more points in order for them to be at match point. So they don't really have to get the winner chicken dinner in this match. All they need is to, get that 10 points and then maybe prepare for the next match if they want to steal that championship away from Yangon Galacticos. That can be another plan for Burmese Goals if they, don't really want to play the long game, which is, again, playing the long game, you would have to play all 8 matches for tonight. And if you're going to play the long game, Contra, I would say YG would have that advantage because they have more experience compared to these other teams. I mean, they have the world stage experience. They even got to win in the world stage. So for BG, I think that's the best bet for me. And I mean, if BG wants to steal away this championship from YG.
Well, I think that they just have to really stick to the same game plan that they have for the past couple rounds, because every round that they play so far have been accomplishing them with about more than 10 points, right? So they just need one more round as such, and then put a lot more focus onto those Miramar rounds, which we've seen both YG as well as BG have been pretty proficient on. You may actually say, yeah, Yangon Galacticos, they do have, some global experiences, but you also have to keep in mind, back in the days of Genesis Esports, I mean, we had Ichi, who is also playing in the form of BG right now, who does have international successes as well. So you could say that portions of the DNA out of one of the most successful teams out there hailing from PMCL is now being separated into 2 different squads in a sense. But YG is just maybe a little bit more efficient, where BG is the more aggressive kind of team that we've been seeing throughout the entire circuit. And now YG might actually lock horns again with CTS to finally get ourselves a little bit of action as NGGZ unleashes the clip upon Acha Esports.
And this is Michi, who has the Mini 14. First time I've seen it in Erangel. And you see now the pressure being provided by Jarrell now gets closer to wherever Austria is at. Dindo goes for the spray. Top goes down from that Murado circle. Look at that circle, Contra. Cutting the area half land, half water.
Oh, boy.
Oh, boy.
It's going to be a rough ride for those who are late. Take a look at WIOF as well as Nexus Vanguards. They're the furthest away. YG wastes no time to also get that access. While we are looking at CTS, they really had so much of that space because they started off inside of Severity, and now they take claim of that shooting range area with a wide spread. But I'm not too sure if that actually pays off, because now they're pretty much segregated apart. YG, if they're not being careful enough, I mean, take a look at that. Demios is just hugging by the waters. So we'll have to see if he'll be able to hold out for much longer. MSI also looking to take claim over on the shorelines, while the rest of YG are just hoping to secure themselves that bunker, as they're also having 2 other players right across the hillside.
Looks like YG will try to go for that shelter right nearby this circle. Oh, looks like DOS, it will be pushed. Oh, surprised by Hash. It was a 1v3 though, so I mean, DOS has less chance of winning that type of engagement. And there we go, the confirmation from Hash. YG is now looking towards Team Hyra. And they're actually firing their guns towards them. CTS losing one out of that scenario, but they do manage to keep a pretty good compound here in this circle.
Yeah, I wasn't really liking the kind of widespread that they were taking, and not much that DOS could actually do about that situation. So I'm pretty much liking that they regroup once again. Well, Infamous Xaviera have always been so efficient on all these early game assaults, finding one out of GG. No escape, literally for no escape. As we have even more teams to also join in the flock of crowd who will be moving deeper into the fields of shooting range. Infinite IQ now also getting bunched up, and it's going to be Purpose goals. Landing a headshot on the moving target, and that's going to be now X also securing it up against Agnex Superboy. So, a very risky attempt. I mean, IQ, they're just driving straight into the zone. And just like that, Master Smile on the outskirts, also getting tagged up, but that's quickly retaliated, well covered by Murnat to suppress that attack coming out of Devon.
Yeah, almost. Smile got confirmed by Devon there. And again, if you lose your IGL, or the best IGL in the world right now, that's going to be pretty much, I mean, a little bit difficult for YG. I mean, they can still manage with 3 players if ever they're still alive with the 3 players. But now they managed to revive Master Smile. For now, they will focus on regrouping or resetting their positions. And now the circle is about to close again in less than 30 seconds. Next is Vanguard now, coming from the southeastern side of this area. Now able to get through the circle. There is actually a team right on the eastern side as well. They better be careful if there will be some type of backstab happening. But for now, safe for Nexus Vanguard. It is pretty much open right at the bottom right-hand side of the circle.
Yeah, there's just not much he could do about the situation. Perhaps he would wish that Chornai would come in closer for a push, but the nades are now prime right in. Very close call. Astro, does he have any form of meds? It doesn't seem like the second nade will be able to connect. But they always say third time's the charm, so that will secure it. Yes, it did. So, Chornai, they shut out GG this time around. I mean, GG, they have some successes, especially the ones that they've been able to deny Yangon Galacticos of a chicken dinner earlier today. Well, Yangon Galacticos have repositioned themselves into the crash side. They'll be met with a couple of members of Nexus Vanguards onto the far end corner. Cute Loki, I believe he was also a former member of Yangon Galacticos some time ago. It doesn't seem like he's been able to really find the same kind of footing. I mean, overall, he's been playing for many, many years, so we'll see him hold firm for the meantime. And this kind of split coming from YG, I'm not too sure what to make of it. Will it actually pay dividendly? Because they still have 2 more players playing inside of, and I believe there's teams interested in taking that spot eventually. Well, going back to the side of TTQ, they spotted out some movements coming out of NX. They're absolutely thinking about perhaps looking for an assault, but they've taken notice that there's still certain teams lurking around the blue zone, and it will be Nang X quickly weirded down from Zuki.
That is Asha not really having a good time when it comes to rotation. They're now left with only, I believe, 1. Yep, it's 7 support. Was right inside. Circle has shifted. Infamous Xaviera, one of their guys, got eliminated. There's one from YG who got taken down, and that is Murnat, which is right now being circled around by his teammate Romeo. So they're planning on going for the recovery. Oh, that's it for Nang X. So that's 1 more player left now for the side of Austria Esports. Cute Low Key will be eliminated, though. While that is happening, ooh, Murnat. Oh, looks like Romeo will be the ones to throw a smoke, and then it'll be Say Cloud will be the ones to go for the recovery here. So they're just trying to make sure that nobody else will be watching them from this distance. As movements coming from Nexus Vanguard, Joji tries to get closer. Tries to maybe scout the area, why there is, or why there are some smokes out here. For now, YG will recover, and they will manage to keep all four members alive here in this stage.
Yeah, very risky game. I mean, overall, you are looking at YG holding firm in towards the central ground, but that leaves them very vulnerable because these teams could come in from any form of an angle. But the vast majority of the crowd are still around the shooting range area, all being bunched up. So we'll definitely see plenty of action taking place. BG wants to get into the fold. They want to farm those numbers because all they need to do is get 7 more elimination or even get into the placements to be able to squeeze 10 points for the match point to take effect. So right now, BG have been able to find a little bit more of an opening to hold on to the crash site for now. They will expect more teams to also be journeying up the hillside, so this could be a firm plan for them to work it out, while the rest of CTS had to recuperate as they move deeper into the field, challenging the likes of Infinity IQ. Nate sent back and forth, and it's going to be Rex pinned out. It's coming out of MSI from the far corner, and now only Demios left. What could he potentially do right now? A fog of smoke now to cover his tracks, while Team Max also crashed the gates, and that should be enough to take that player out. While MSI, they sandwich CTS in between. Demios has got too much on his plate. The nades are falling through, and the nade does connect. The Claw puts him on the ground, but the fight is far from over. MSI currently being struck down. It's going to be Cool as the final member remaining for CTS.
And Cool does have a Honey Badger AR. Very unusual for CTS. Looks like they're not able to, collect all the items that they needed, even though that they had the circle initially in stage number 1. And right now, they're having a pretty hard situation here with only one player left for them. Demios will be taken out. Now, Infamous Xaviera, Lion will be the last member. Oh, nade from range. And now this can be the time for MSI to make a push. But looks like Infinity IQ Master Hong will have to get away. And there's nothing that he can actually run to. And that is it for him. Miner able to see him. Circle has shifted again. Still, YG is in the zone. As we are saying that, Monboy tries to go for the confirmation and he actually gets taken down by Jarrell.
Yeah, Bernat also getting a catch onto Monboy. He steals the point away. Now it's only down to range. He's been able to do so much, but now he is being left out to dry inside the shack. Burmese goes down, finally gets involved as he takes out MGGZ. That was such a long spray coming out of Master Ichi. Beautiful work coming out of BG. Now they just need 5 more points. Yaka looking for number 6 as they strike down Iter X. And oh boy, this high count so far giving so much dividends back towards Burmese goals.
Yeah, really good control there with the edge of the zone, and also good height control there for BG. They need to be careful though, because there might be one player from Austria Esports that can go for a third party here. 7 support just crawling right out in the open, just trying to wait on for an opportunity where he can probably join in. Miracle will be taken down by Blanks. Miracle will be taken out by GOA. So a lot of steals coming from a lot of teams here in this matchup. But for now, it's all about 7 support. He's going to probably hide right behind one of these rocks. Still not yet inside the circle, though. Oh, but look at this. Nades from YG! Oh, 2 down! Master Smile!
That was just a golden galore of grenades now lobbed towards the direction, and only one member is left. Rujin, desperate attempt to keep themselves surviving, but here comes another one! They make it rain, and Yangon Galacticos wants none of these players anywhere close by. Ichi Stashes one as they confirm after X. Burmese goals so far, 7 points. 3 more to go for Burmese goals, and I believe that is absolutely achievable. Still 11 more teams on the block. Guardians of Angel now playing through the spine of the hill. How many teams are at the spine? WIOF over on the top side. Meanwhile, not too far off, Ngapekao is lurking all around. As you can see, a beeline coming out from side of GOA to try to pincer down the rest of NX, who's trying to use those vehicles as cover for the meantime. And finally, that final nade draws in. Yangon Galacticos now secures 4 points all through those grenades.
And 2 more points left here for Burmese goals, and they're now on match point. So you don't really have to be in the circle for now for BG. Just need to be aggressive, continue the aggressiveness here. They did manage to get a space here right inside the circle as it actually shifts towards to BG. YG is right just above the circle together with MSI. For KHI, they're right at the bottom. Nexus Vanguard, I think they do have a small compound right out there. Oh, looks like Say Cloud is actually taken down on the kill feed from MSI, and this is Range, who is all alone in the small shack. 5 eliminations so far for Range, but he needs to get out of this situation now. But from the left-hand side, it is Unknown, who now has 9 eliminations for the squad. Here for BG, 1 more Contra.
And they're just so smart in finding all those spaces, and I believe it's already sufficient. They're already in the placement points. So Burmese goals, they earned their passport, and they will be the next team to be able to gate the smash. We'll have to see about that. They've secured that last chicken litter, and you can see the fury in their eyes, and here comes the rest of Joey crashing through. Joji stood no chance despite having the hovercraft to defend himself. Meanwhile, hiding inside, it's going to be the last stand. And GOA find themselves bunched up against the rest of KHI that will look to shred them apart. They drive right through. And just like that, GOA is going to vanish to the hands of KHI.
Nice third party there from KHI, though they did manage to only get 2. But they're going to be open right above TTQ. It's just looking at them currently. BG, though, Godspeed needs help. And good thing his teammate was there to pick him up. YG still not yet in. But they're looking towards probably the northern side, maybe to try to probably sandwich here, BG. But, ooh, look at that nade from Minus, able to drop Migs from KHI Esports. Lucky. Continuing on the pressure onto Jappy. They're at the western side part of the circle. They do have a really good position here. Ooh, players, bodies from YG going down. I think that was Smile, who needs some help from his teammate, Marnat now, trying to revive him. Romeo is very down to low HP as he's able to manage to get that first aid. Still, YG having a little bit of a hard time there up on north to get inside the circle.
Yeah, WIF is just cutting out their angles right now, and they're slowly getting struck down by Sin. And WIOF is looking to deny them once more. It's going to be a full send, a desperate attempt coming from the side of YG to now rush right into the zone to challenge the rest of Burmese goals. Unknown now taking down Romeo, barely surviving. And now it will be responded in kind with Master Ichi holding down the line to be able to knock 2 down. Now there's only Murnat left. A very risky play, but YG had no option. They were running out of the zone. It was WIOF that forced their hand, and YG is being sent down. All to play for right now. Another double-digit pointer for the side of BG as they took out the majority of YG. And there we go. Zone now in favor of WIOF and also KHI. Burmese goals, they only lost 1 member. Jappy currently stuck over the bottom endo on the 1v1 duel.
Oh, and actually he did manage to get that frag grenade over to TTQ. So now they push TTQ. Claire comes in. Jappy gets the final elimination to Bunny. TTQ is now out. KHI with 5 elims. They have 4. They can get a win here. And now they have all eyes on winning a future. But they have to defend also against Burmese goals right on top north east of the circle, which is Burmese goals, who did manage to already have 12 eliminations here so far. And here comes the cavalry of KHI. But they need to be patient because, again, Burmese goals is here to probably go for a third party.
Love all these back and forth action for WIOF. They have a very great angle to look out towards these points. All they really have to do is to flush out KHI, which is why they're sending players right across to try to run them right through. But all along, Burmese goals have been keeping their tabs onto WIOF, making it a little bit harder to do, as it's going to be sitting here to cause a little bit of a distraction. Burmese goals, they're left unchecked. It could be 2 chicken dinners back-to-back. They've already reached the match point in this round. As much as if they do earn the chicken dinner right now, it does not count to close out the night just yet. WIOF being the outliers here. I mean, overall, having such a firm grip up the hillside. But the zone's going to be shifting. Eventually, Blanks now taken down. And oh, Burmese goals. They're going to slowly choke out 2 of these teams by the corner of the map.
And right now, Blanks needs help. Oh, the explosion from winning a future. They take away the kill. Still, it'll be 3 teams left here, as KHI will be left on the bottom. Will most likely be sandwiched here between BG and winning a future. Winning a future, Lucky gets closer to the smoke as Master Itchy continue on the spray. And now Godspeed able to get the knockdown. Headshot onto Lucky as they hide behind the tree. By the way, the circle has shifted again, Contra. It now goes over to BG and KHI. But the nades will be short. Winning a future will be able to reset. But they need to plan out on what they need to do to get into the circle.
It's been an incredible display of resilience for both KHI as well as WIOF. Unable to really crack the code despite the aggression being displayed from the side of Burmos. Yaka did manage to take a deep area, and now BG, they dictate the entire vicinity. Godspeed yet again finds another incredible opener up against Sin. I believe he won't be revived. It's going to be a tough crawl towards his teammates. Overall, KHI have been too fixated onto the rest of the team, and now they finally get the pin down over onto Yaka. KHI, my guess, actually see this as an opportunity. They've been lurking on the lower ground. WIOF prone on their bellies to try to pave a passage through, but that gets spotted up instantaneously by Godspeed. Mix now securing Yatka, and it's just a lot back and forth. Yet BG, 2 members left, but they're playing as if they have 4.
Oh, but the nade just almost getting Mix just a little bit of damage there. Nade from Claire as well, but nobody else will take the damage. Winning Future will just try to hug now the blue zone, as KHI will most likely have to gatekeep them. I think Jappy has a view of wherever YOLO's is at. They're now throwing those frag grenades. Oh, but it's not actually gonna be for Lucky. YOLO's goes down in the blue. Lucky will be the last guy. Another nade. And now Lucky stands up. He tries to defend, but then Migs is there. KHI and Burmese goals will now be left here in match number 16. It's gonna be Itchy, Godspeed versus Jappy, Claire, and Migs. And Migs! Oh no!
Oh!
Why is he on a bike? And now for Godspeed. Yeah, he got caught out.
And now KHI still fighting for those points as well. They want to be the next one in line. Burmese goals, they've already secured just about enough, but they want to get the win. They want that momentum. The nades are flying through. Jappy, close to that grenade. It takes a chunk out of him. And they have to make that descent. Burmese goals, they have the advantage right now to be closer to the zone. And they're just unleashing everything they've got. This Molotov might be sufficient. The rest of KHI running out of space. They trade back.
They trade back. Godspeed goes down. Still low HP for Jappy, able to go for the heal up. Claire just throwing nades after nades after nades. No more revives for BG. Master Itchy will just have to hold on just behind these smokes. I think Claire got a view already. And now we'll go for the spray down. Master Itchy now down to very low HP, but Master Itchy is fighting. Claire is very low in HP, prone down. And then for KHI, they get the win in this matchup as BG gets the match point instead. What a match here for match 16.
Wow. KHI Esports finally broke the streak of Myanmar for the past 2 games and finally gained their own here in a pivotal match. And you came close to the wire as well when you saw how long they've been holding over onto the high ground. And they've been able to overcome all adversities. And this chicken dinner might set them very close to the next checkpoint of that 159 points.
Oh, yeah. Well, I mean, for now, they're not yet within the match point, but very close here for KHI. As for BG, they're now together with Yangon Galacticos with the match point. So whoever, either of the two teams gets the win on the next matches to come, then they will win it all here in this tournament. But again, that will happen maybe in the future. For now, let's focus on the winning team. Claire, Jappy, Migs, and Blanks. Blanks, though, did not get any elimination, but Migs able to activate himself here together with Claire with 2 and Jappy with 3.
Yeah, it was so nail-biting towards the finish line. You saw it was a 3 versus 1 initially until, a little bit of mishap happened with the bike incident. But they didn't let that deter them. Overall, they've been able to eventually find that isolation by pinning out members after members of Burmese Goals, only down to Master Itchy, which he's only relying on that smoke. So, that being said, it is a 19-pointer finish for KHI. We'll get a glimpse of the highlights, and we'll be right back.
And after KHI gets their win, BG still managed to get the top #1 spot here for match ranking number 16. 20 points over the 19 points of KHI. And in the last moment, we just thought that Migs was riding a bike, but he was just jumping around at that hillside. And not so sure why he was doing that. And I mean, supposedly you would have to, prone down so that you cannot be seen by the enemies. But anyways, winning a future. Also doing a really good job here on, adding points to their name and being able to be in the final moments always, but they cannot really clutch it out right at the end. And for YG, even though that they did not manage to get the winner chicken dinner in the smash, they did get 8 points in this matchup. Just a 15-point gap here between YG and BG. And or if we're going to go for the long game here, which is, again, to use up all of the games remaining that we have here in this tournament, then BG needs to continue on with the aggressiveness, have those double-digit elimination count. For YG, they must, stop this madness coming from Burmese goals. And you can see them here, 14 eliminations out of Burmese goals. And if you remember from last game, it was 12 eliminations is what they got from there. So Burmese goals needs to be stopped here by any team. It might be KHI who's going to try again in our next match.
I forgot to unmute. here we go into the first dusty map of Miramar as we dive into match 17 of the grand finals in the PMCL circuit. And potentially, there could be these two teams, Yangon Galacticos or Burmese Goals, to smash it in this round. And KHI, after securing such a massive chicken dinner, they are cutting it very closely to also be in the match point reach as well. So we'll have to check out how these teams fare moving into Miramar.
And by the way, this is the 5th match of the day, Contra. So just to give you a heads up on that, we still have, I mean, if we don't get the smash, we still have 3 or maybe 4. I lost count already. But
yeah,
with this,
4.
Oh yeah, probably 4. Yeah. Well, with this flight path though, if you remember, KHI drops to Puerto Paraíso. Now they are going for their Plan B dropping point, which is Ruins area. And you can see also Hyra going for vehicles right just on the western side of La Deliera. Circle, though, will pop out. And it's going straight south here of the map of Miramar. So nothing is going to happen here for a while in the very early stages. No contestants when it comes to vehicles, or probably I would see the teams coming from the northeastern side because they're right nearby each other. But like what you said, KHI needs only 9 more points in order to be at match point. But if they can do the same as what Burmese Goals is doing, then maybe they can catch up, YG.
Yeah, still a lot of work to be done. I mean, this circle is going to be pretty grueling for the likes of many. Since it's so southern-centric, it only benefits GOA at the moment to be planted inside Jumasera. So, very likely than not, you will look for teams to be playing around those high hills later on. It's also quite the site where we also see Protona to also be playable. It is very less likely that the zone will actually close towards that direction, but hey, it's the grand finals. We've always seen a lot of crazy kind of zones to appear. So I'm kind of hoping that it goes across that bridge all the way further south. But of course, I don't always get what I ask for. Whereas, right now, steady pacing for the side of MSI, who has been able to also reach 105 points so far at top 7, giving chase to Hyra. I think Hyra so far have shown signs of brilliance, but this time around they got struck out very early because they were trying to rock up towards the corners of Val de Mar. And just like that, an easy claim coming out of Clay Jr. to secure first blood. As this time around, you know, remember yesterday Miramar was so spicy with a lot of all these trades back and forth. This time, I think it's going to be a little bit of a quieter ride.
Yeah, I would agree with the Hyra. I mean, there was a little bit of hype for Hyra during the group stage because they were like always challenging Yangon Galacticos when it comes to, you know, rotations, when it comes to positioning. But here in the finals, you see a different beast out of YG, comparing it to, you know, Team Hyra. Hyra with less experience. Probably the one of the teams that has the least experience because they are rookies here in the PMCL tournament. So I think they would need to, you know, learn more about these type of situations, especially in, you know, grand final moments. Adjustments needs to be done every single game, and even while in game, you also have to adjust on, you know, whatever rotation you've already had planned out for. So for Hyra, I mean, I could still see the potential out of them because, I mean, you see Capo and Min. They started. I mean, I casted them all the way back to. We had a scrim tournament here in the Philippines, Contra, and they started from there. I mean, they started from there, and then now they're here in PMCL. So this is their dream, and since they're now in their dream, all they need to do now is just, you know, to improve so that they can be like YG or maybe even be like BG.
Yeah, I mean, I think all the hype is justified as well. You take a look at the list of names playing the grand finals, It's a lot of seasoned players all across the board, and overall, Hiram have been able to reach top 6. This is quite the underdog story where, you know, on your debut run, you've been able to accomplish what certain others could not been able to do so. Like, you take a look at Team Max, where back then, Team Max were title contenders alongside with Asia Esports, or even arguably back in those early days where you had Orange CG to be, you know, up to today, one of the most successful teams to be hailing out of, you know, this region when it used to be called, what, PMCL wildcards. I'm giving everyone the massive throwback where some of you guys may not have even watched those early days. They've had the craziest run. Just for the sake of storytelling, if you guys were wondering, like, oh, how deep did they go? They were qualifying in the PMSL Southeast Asia by the borderline. They managed to reach the top 16, and then after that, make it to the tail end of the top 5 in the very last round by securing 2 chicken dinners back to back. And then they go into the global rounds of PMCO. They have to go through the playing stages. They do it again. Top 4, top 6. They make the edge of the cut. And by the time that they play the Club Open Grand Finals, the biggest event of that year, they were within top 5 ratio. It was the craziest underdog story. And I feel like Hyra kind of reminds me a little bit of that, but the sad news is that this time around, there's only that 1 slot available here in the PMCL. I'm hoping that in the future, if it extends to maybe 3 slots, then it'll be so much more interesting.
A lot of people on chat actually is wanting, you know, to get more slots out of this region because, I mean, man, you got YG who just won in PMWC, so they're saying we deserve more, right? We deserve more of the slots in PMGC, and hopefully if, you know, YG or whoever team would qualify to PMGC, and if they win in PMGC, then maybe, you know, PUBG Mobile Esports will think about you know, adding more slots to our region here in PMCL, and that's a good story coming from you know, Orange CG way back before in PMCL. That time I was just a fan watching Contra, and now look where I am right now. I'm casting with Contra, so it's just also a dream for me to be here as well in the English desk. Yeah.
That makes me feel like an old dog here on the caster's desk. But hey, I'm still happy to still be around. Of course, it's been a pleasure to be working alongside with you. Meanwhile, of course, Yangon Galacticos has got some work to do right now, and this zone is usually the most unforgiving because it really depends on where you book initially. If the zone does not favor you, it does not favor you. You're gonna have to fight through plenty of teams. And take a look at this. I talked about Persona, and we're finally getting it. That 1% off chance it goes into the city, and GOA, they booked that spot. Okay, we're in for a wild ride. Okay, let's talk about this for a quick second, right? GOA, they start off Sumasera, they make full use of it. And now YG is going to have to scramble as well up against this team we've never seen the bridge fight here in Miramar.
That's a 1 out of 100 chance of this kind of type of circle. We're talking about history earlier. Now this is history, Contra.
History in the making.
Yeah, but while we were talking about that, GOA, they actually got 1 player down, and this is coming out from one of the bridges available. And good thing they were able to regroup and able to recover Rex. So they are now trying to go for a full send bridge camp. Nobody else will go through Partona.
I mean, there's a lot of work to do, right? There's also certain zip lines that these teams could also utilize to try to get by. But this is the reason why they are being set up over on the bridge, despite a little bit of risk being involved. But hey, they're going fishing, something that you don't really see in Miramar altogether. My goodness gracious, GOA. They're working overtime over onto this corner bridge, and it's going to be back-to-back names to be claimed by Clay Jr.
And Clay Jr. and the rest of GOA just trying to be fishermen here. Trying to knock off those fishes swimming out in the ocean here on the bottom side of Miramar. But YG continues on, but in the blue. Not so sure how they will be able to cross the bridge or maybe even cross the island in Partona. Forsaken will be confirmed though by Clay Jr. off from the feed. But CTS again. These are the party poopers earlier on with YG and Erangel. Cool though, able to go for the spray. AUG shots, connecting for a little bit. Half HP left on one of the guys of YG. This is like Erangel in day number 1. We had 2 circles right in the Slavka Island, but this is just even a smaller island Contra.
Yeah, this is even worse. This is even more difficult because you got so many of all these high elevated spots back in the mainland, right? So there will be a lot of teams who are currently holding on to those areas because they couldn't get the access over onto Partona. All thanks to GOA right now. And look at this. WIOF forced to swim all the way towards the back. Even YG forced to move into the deeper areas of prison to eventually make the cut into towards Partona. And take a look at CTS. They were smart. They know that YG is going for that big wraparound. They could have just swim across that river and camp them by the edges. And they're looking to also camp out upon NX members.
And GG also doing the same thing as YG. Nexus Vanguard able to get Miner down. And now look at the other player from Nexus, from NGGZ. It's going to be Mitchie, who will experience the same thing. He will be confirmed right in the process. For YG, though, like what I said, GG was doing the same thing, and they're going to be gate kept here in the blue. Devon will be down to 1 HP left. Fortunately, he's able to hide, but the blue zone will take him down. GG will only have no escape left, and he's far out from the bridge area. The battle continues here inside the playable area. Gerald, though, able to connect with those bullets. He's again the last guy for NGGZ.
Yeah, a fight erupting over on the islands has been a battle for all these teams out there. The zone now clipping through. Gerald's going to be soaking the brunt of the zone as he has to push through. He's left with no other option but to fight Cute Loki. And NX finally takes them down. NGGZ only good for 2 points this time around. BG also suffering a lost cause. Yatka being challenged from the lower grounds. And we finally get to see Ranzer be a part of the action as he got subbed into this Miramar matchup for Asia Esports. Master Ichi looking to trade back, but he needs to also rescue 2 members at the moment. We'll have to leave Yatka, or should I say, yeah, that was actually Yatka. Not quite sure where exactly Godspeed is currently at. And you see, there's barely enough space back over mainland, which is why they're just fighting for any drop of room possible. And now the nades falling right through. Ranzer holding down the line all by himself now. Where is the rest of Asia Esports? Nowhere to be seen. TTQ will be able to actually clear out that sector. But Ranzer immediately goes on to the outskirts as he's just hiding right by the foothill.
And on the bottom right-hand side, it's YG who's able to go through the blue. And now, not yet inside the circle, but inside the playable zone. And for BG, kind of like stuck here in between Ostia and TTQ. And one team will get eliminated there. As BG looks like they're going to be planning for a push towards TTQ. Circle will also close again. Still at Partona. A very interesting zone indeed. For now, BG will have to focus here on pushing TTQ. But again, the defending champs here. YG still up against CTS. CTS does have the advantage here because they're inside the zone already. And some of them are just managing to get into the zone. But here at the northeastern side, it's between 3 teams. Ostia, BG, and TTQ. While TTQ has that height advantage. Oh!
Oh, that nade! Beautifully tossed out from the side of Lil Yaka. That will send him down back over onto the floor. Will be quickly resuscitated by the rest of TTQ. Meanwhile, big scramble still happening across the islands as we're looking at a lot of all these names taken off the list. MSI gets a strike over onto the side of CTS, while Burmese Goals, they're looking to close in to settle scores with the rest of TTQ. If they do clear this area, then they might be able to cut across. Big Nate's now popping through. Zuki! Oh, he soaked a little bit of a chunk. And now, BG looking for a firm push.
Oh, he actually stuns him inside. Nice play for Unknown. Throws in a stun grenade, blinding the player of TTQ. And now next target will be Austria Esports. As BG comes in, they try to jump out. Ranzer goes down. Top will be the last guy. Godspeed annihilates him. And now 70 limbs now for BG, just eliminating 2 squads.
How could you not love this team? They've been able to win fights after fights after fights, just like how they did for the entire course of this day 3. And now they're looking super solid to find that opening to get right into Patona. WIOF, they were swimming all along, trying to sneak right into the corners of Patona. But you gotta say that this is uncharted territories. Not many teams have scrimmed or practiced around this area unless if they have dropped around the vicinity to know what some of the best spots possible to really take hold of. YG, they did manage to get their way into the zone. CTS, they got into a little bit of scramble. One player taken off the list by MSI. There's an odd chance that KHI over on the far north could be able to hold this one out as well. Not quite so for Claude. All alone now. And it's just a matter of moments. Here comes the sticky nades to be tossed over onto the corner walls. This should be sufficient for the rest of Burmese Goals to eventually clear it out. But I guess they just have to just leave him alone. I mean, he's not exactly a threat for the moment. Burmese Goals, they got to focus on the objective. But then again, so long as Claude is there, then that zip line is just safely guarded by Infamous Aviara.
Nowhere place to go here for Claude. They were trying to shoot the utilities over to Claude, but unfortunately unable to do so. But they do have the man advantage here. Itchy now tries to get in. DBS right through the face of Claude. And look at YG. They're still able to manage to get into the zone right at the western side, part of Partona. And look at Partona itself. 3 teams just lurking around the areas of Partona. And for YG, they even managed to get that high ground advantage against CTS.
And man, this is why I love casting PUBG Mobile, right? Like, all these small little odds. I mean, an odd is an odd where it can actually happen, where this is for the very first time we're seeing this fight here taking place in this tiny little island, which these teams will have to call home for the meantime. CTS playing very defensive. Meanwhile, the rest of MSI have been spotted out by the rest of Yangon Galacticos. Say Cloud being the first line of defense to try to hold out. KHI finally makes their way across, but it is still looking rather risky. As Jiawei, they've been here setting up by the bridge for a very long time.
Oh.
But you can see the dispersion. Jappy somehow gets his way across, but just by dropping into the water. A smart maneuver coming out of KHI.
Oh, but here comes the backline of the bridge. Burmese Goals. Claire is fully unaware. He's just hiding inside the smokes right now. CTS actually loses 1 member. They're now left with only 2. Claire, though, down to very low HP. Rex has sprayed down on him. Cool! Goes down. Pretzel connects with that frag grenade. Demios will have to defend now. It's going to be Demios versus Pretzel. DBS versus UMP. The UMP wins. And Pretzel, together with MSI, you can also manage to get this western side. Oh, but look at this. YG now goes for the third party. Monboy and Ryman is actually reviving themselves. And now Master Schma cooks up the frag grenade. But here comes the DBS from Ryman. He's actually going to come down towards Master Smile. And now for YG, they're left with only 2. They're going to battle against 3 MSI players, though. But nades coming out from YG. Ryman, though, currently down. YG needs to regroup, though. They need to back out for a little bit here.
They're really looking to choke out the space against MSI. They thought they are pretty much battered and bruised from that fight up against CTS, but the push came in a little too hasty, though. And that costed 1 member to lose their life. And YG now down to size. Rather difficult, but they got to also pay attention to not over-aggress, because the moment that WIOF swing through the hill that they came from, then this could be a little detrimental to their current position. St. Cloud now, just by the edge. A lot of pressure coming out from those members of MSI as they're looking for a re-breach. I mean, they've been able to really have such a massive hold throughout this area. And now, GOA, they're in from control. Master Ichi is currently holding just by the tin line over the rim of the circle, just by the corner of the bridge. And finally, MSI, they're looking to commit, and they push through. Let's see what St. Cloud has. He gets a killer shot. That's just about it. He goes back into the smoke. Meanwhile, a big one, St. Cloud! Oh my goodness! He just put them all to the ground, and there's only 1 member left on the side of MSI. YG doing the unthinkable, and now it's only down to him. Rage, he gets a little bit of info coming in from the side. Pretzel, he knows he's by the corner of the wall. He will be confirming the number right now. 1v1 at this point in time. 7 bullets left. He tries to get a little bit more cover, and now he does have some health advantage, but 1 tap might be all it takes. He will be able to go in for the revive as well towards Romeo Boy. What a play that was from St. Cloud.
What a play. 2-man down. Actually, 3-man down onto the side of MSI. And now left with only 1. Winning future, though, is actually going for a third party. Right behind of range. Minus will be taken down by Goa. LKS goes for the 4th party. But looks like YG now set up smoke so that they will not be seen by winning a future from up above. Now Rage is actually getting some hits from the other side. I think it's actually Burmese Gold. Now St. Cloud comes in. He does have the S12K as they eliminate MSI. 4v2. Not a problem from YG.
And that was all St. Cloud with the S12K. He just wiped out these members of MSI from that very angle that he was playing out. They should have learned their lesson not to mess with Yangon Galacticos. Lucky now bleeding out through the zone. WIOF holding them hostage. It's all about a matter of time before it closes out. Burmese goes also about to corner the edge. Sin gets a clip over on the Romeo Boy, and now a last stand. There we go. Getting him clipped out. Romeo Boy still getting revived. Meanwhile, some pressure coming from the side of Hash as the zone slowly dissipates. And the Clo, coming from the Infinity, has been able to land a catch. Burmese goal is they're still in the running, and they're not in the harm's way out of many teams. They might be able to close out this game.
Oh, they're also on match point, Contra. You are right. They might be steal away this tournament off from YG. But now Romeo will have to get away. He has no choice. Up in the smoking buggy, now being sprayed down by BG. Now he's able to find a place that he can hide for now. BG is inside, nearby the middle of the circle. There's also GOA, though, who still has 4 players strong. BG does have 10 eliminations here so far. And for Romeo, the pressure is real for him. Winning a future. Just nearby YOLO's throwing out a molly. The circle has shifted, by the way, Contra. Now goes over to GOA and BG.
This is the best opportunity for Burmese goals to dethrone Yangon Galacticos. All eyes on Romeo Boy to see if he could still pull off a miracle run. GOA, they've been in the island all along, but they were not being able to really find any avenue to stop those members of GOA. YOLO's now on top. Pins down the members of Hyra Esports. We've sung praises for this rookie team now, making a big splash into the grand finals. GOA so far 9 points accrued. And I believe by the end of this round, GOA might end up in the top 4. If it ends up in the hands of Burmese Goals, these guys are going to be a couple hundreds richer. So we'll have to see about that. Hyra now limping. Zone closing true. Capo, can he save him? I believe there should be just about enough time. But he's not willing to risk it. He's just going to let him bleed out.
Yeah. Yeah, he's not going to be able to get a revive, I think. Yeah.
YOLOs?
For YOLOs. Trying to crawl. I know he knows where Romeo is at. But he doesn't have any guns on hand. Romeo is much more ready. Oh, but then again, Godspeed from far takes down YOLOs. Again, BG showing their firepower even from afar. Oh my goodness, Shin will be the last guy. He's not even in the circle. He's going to be way out in the open as well. And Godspeed is already able to see him. Now another gunshot being fired by... Oh, it's actually GOA, who's able to eliminate, winning a future. Romeo still is left alive.
And they're just singling out all these targets. GOA, they're taking the high ground edge. And now look to take Capo off the list as well. Romeo hanging by a thread, and the zone closes out so close towards this direction. But at least Romeo has been alerted that there is one player right next to him. He's trying to exchange some scopes. I believe he tries to either put in the red dot side or maybe a longer scope in order to really work this out. Interestingly enough, GOA, they're not fixated onto Burmese Goals, which they should, because they're currently the major threat to really close up the entire tournament. We'll have to see how this one goes. And now, Burmese Goals, they have such an opening. I mean, with so much attention being drawn out, this is now GOA focusing their attention onto Romeo. And Romeo, he's got nowhere else to go. The nade! It closes in! And YG! They will be denied! But could this be Burmese Goals to be the new kings? Or will GOA look to continue on with this fight by denying it from Burmese Goals?
The 3v4 though, GOA has the numbers. Let's see how will BG fight this. This might be the last match of tonight. Can Burmese Goals steal the crown from Yangon Galacticos? Or will GOA delay the tournament here for BG? Circle is still within the reach of both squads though. So we're going to have to wait here in the final stage, which is actually the closing of the blue zone. With just 7 seconds left. I'm pretty sure that I believe GOA has the better advantage here. They do have that height advantage with one of their players up on the second floor of this 2-story house.
You gotta also keep in mind that these ridges are very powerful at play. Perhaps they are gonna draw it to a close to pop a couple of smokes into the open field. GOA has got 14 smokes available right now. BG, they're running dry on resources. GOA does not have any other troubles other than those smokes, so they gotta set up perfectly. Perhaps they could just blindside the rest of Burmese Goals and force them to step into some uncomfortable areas. And that might just be the play here. GOA so far super impressive in their run. And remember the rounds that they won out in Miramar in such a clean fashion? They're once again looking to claim their rights to be the kings of Miramar. But Burmese Goals, they want to be the kings of PMCL.
Looks like BG has smokes as well. They now set it up. Blue zone getting closer and closer. Lil Yatka ready with the Kupar B as he drives by through the smoke. Able to get good position now. here against GOA. But Clay Jr. will be a factor here as he actually drops Itchy. And now 2 players left for the side of Burmese goals. Lil Yatka though, Pacquiao will have to ride the hovercraft. Now Godspeed! Oh, knocks down KS! Lil Yatka drops one down, but then GOA stops Burmese goals from smashing as they get the win here in this much intense battle.
And the battle will carry forward. GOA found themselves another chicken dinner here in Miramar. And they are absolutely the kings here in the grand finals in this very specific map. And oh boy, that was a nail-biter finish. It went pretty close. We saw Young Galacticos fighting tooth and nail, but it was only down to Roman Boy. GOA got them all choked out by the edge. And they did exactly the same towards Burmese goals as the battle continues. That also means it's a lifeline for GOA and a lifeline for KHI to also look for a big win of their own.
Wow, I'm just wow with that match, Contra. By the way, big shout outs to 7WG and Sir Cloud watching us right now on chat. The game continues, guys. Woo! YG will still continue their dream to be in PMGC. Same goes to BG, though. As you look on the team stats here, KS, Pacquiao, Clay, and Rex. Clay, look at Clay. IGL for GOA getting 7 eliminations in this matchup. And you know what, Contra? It's always been the same story for GOA. If the circle goes to GOA, it's like an automatic win for GOA, right?
Well, you could say so, but then again, of all guesses, they went all the way down to Persona. I mean, they were holding on Shibasera to begin with. Sure, they got a lot of options to go around, but overall, that call to guard the bridges, to deny access towards the rest of the teams, was just the best calling made by Clay. Not only back in the MVP, but also back in the chicken dinner this round. A 15-pointer finish, as we will take a quick break. And when we come back, we'll bring you more rounds here to close out the night.
GOA continues the battle here in PMCL Fall 2025 Finals. And look at how many elims that they got here. 15 from Guardians of Angels. And for Burmese goals, they weren't able to clutch it out and, smash this tournament. YG, all the fans of YG almost had a heart attack earlier. But for now, we breathe in and out here, Contra. We wait on for the next match. Match 18. Yeah.
I will continue to breathe regardless of the situation. I mean, overall, it really kept everybody by the edge of the seat because that could very well be the game where Burmese goals actually closes it all out. And despite not being able to do so, take a look at the gap. I mean, remember this, Burmese Gold started off from 9th and they clawed their way all the way into that second spot. And now they're only 10 points shy to tie the knot with YG. So as a YG fan, I pretty much understand why they're just losing their mind onto what's going on here in the grand finals. And now, take a look at this. I mean, it's been massive results round after round. Burmese Goals have not gotten a single round without having lesser than 10 elimination points. So this has been some massive results, but YG, they're absolutely keeping up with 7 of their own. Hyra, they've been able to make a splash as well to make it into the top 4. So it's been quite the wild ride for Hyra.
And also with that historic circle as well in Partona. First time here in PMCL. MVP is going to be Clay Jr. with 7 elims here in this matchup. All they need to do is just wait on for the teams to come by at that bridge, and one of the teams that really had a hard time getting in is KHI Esports, and GOA did a really good job with controlling that type of circle. And going back to the overall rankings, Contra, before we even started tonight, there was a 42-point gap between YG and BG. Now we're just here with 10-point gap between these two. And now we're left with only 3 matches in case no one would smash this tournament. Match number 18 coming your way. Again, this is Kuku TV. Together with me is Contra. We're going to go on a short break here as we go along this tournament. See you guys.
Ladies and gents, we're going the distance here, as this will be potentially the final map of Miramar. I say potentially because the number 1 seeded team will get to dictate which final 2 maps will be played out if it does not end within this battle match. Well, currently, Yangon Galacticos as well as Burmese Skulls, they were given their chances, and it has been denied, as GOA were just too hard to take down. I mean, they're the ones taking control over the course of Patona from the start all the way to the finish. This time, these teams are hoping that it will never go all the way down south again.
Oh yeah, with the circle earlier, going straight to Partona. Not the one that you usually expect here in Miramar. Kind of like giving us PMGC vibes, where the circle going to the 2 islands right on the eastern side of the map. Well, let's see. Let's see if this will happen again, as the flight path is almost coming to an end. TTQ, are they dropping together with YG? Because El Pozo is where YG is going to be dropping out. And again, the circle going down south. And this is how it started earlier, right?
Yeah, I mean, it's pretty much deja vu, and it's IQ currently holding on to Partona. So I think they kind of know what's up this time around, so they don't really have to do all that hard work, while we have quite a flock of crowd moving towards Las Leones as well as the edges of Bandita to also take claim over onto the fields of Impala eventually. So we'll have to, of course, get a quick look at how these teams will be able to weather the storm, as it's been quite a long journey for many of all these teams. Lucky, stranded in the middle of nowhere, only got himself a micro Uzi in hand. Perhaps he might be able to get a glimpse of teams trying to get a hand on those vehicles, but minus. He's now trying to spot Nang X across that corner, while Chorna is doing the same. I mean, there's a lot of interesting setups coming from these couple of teams to look for some early initiation. And Forsaken, we'll see where he'll be unlucky. Very likely than not, he'll be able to hold firm. Chorna, as much as he does have those weapons in hand, probably won't be that lucky to be able to find himself that 4x scope or so. Nang X heard those footsteps though. He knows someone's on the prowl. And now, 2 members to challenge Nang X. Dropped real low, and it's going to be a wide swing. With the challenge coming from the side of Minus as he unloads the entire clip. But there's also retaliation coming from across the corner. YOLOs to be able to find a knock. Minus confirms it, and that's first blood for WIOF.
And Austria Esports losing Nang X early in this matchup. For me, that's a big loss, because you are losing your Cambodian Terminator in this matchup. And Winning the Future just outplayed Austria Esports in that scenario. So for Austria, I would say just to focus on their drop zone, because Team Max is getting near. Trezzy coming up on this hill, as 7 support now is ready for action. Got the UMP on hand here. On the lower ground, though, is Trezzy. And more than likely, he's actually waiting for his teammates to come by so that they can have the man advantage. But you can see some suppressing fire from behind. And now from above is 7 support. Drops down Trezzy. And now for Team Max, they will back away for now. Austria will survive for now with 3 players here strong for match number 18.
He handled the situation so well, despite being all alone. And you can see from the minimap as well, Team Max unable to also lend a hand, because to traverse across this terrain is just so difficult. Meanwhile, Top on the far corner also lends out a hand. Chornado working out with the long angles. My goodness gracious, that was a headshot. He almost burned out his entire clip and has only got like, what, 7 bullets left. Goes for that quick replenishment, and now he's back in action to try to also trade up against Ranzer, but his location has been compromised, but Yu's closing in.
And if you have the ASM gun, That's a very lethal weapon when it comes to long range, because there's not much of any recoil, especially if you have the 6x scope on it on the gun itself. But Ranzer now will have to defend. Now cooks up a frag grenade. Explosion actually deals some damage, but he only has an M249, and a QBZ knocks him down. And Max Yu, together with Team Max, they managed to get one though here at Los Leones. As for Ostja, looks like they're going to be left with only one here. Ostja has basically struggled all throughout day number 3, because in day number 2, they did manage to get top 7 with 86 points, and they only gotten a few points here in day number 3.
Yeah, it's been a dismal performance coming from Asia Esports. I mean, individually, they're absolutely brilliant. But ever since the roster shuffle came through with, majority of the Thai players who were on board to have found major success back then, it really didn't look like it was the same kind of dominance displayed by the side of Asia Esports. So they might need to go back to the drawing board. Only having one player in Miramar left is usually a death sentence. And only walking away with that 1 point accrued for now is not going to add too much to the tally. Also allowing INXV with plenty of opportunities to also move into the top 8 spot. As we take a close glimpse onto TTQ, I think they've been doing relatively okay throughout the middle sectors of the grand finals, especially yesterday. We started to see them emerge closer into many top 5 finishes. But other than that, they've always had problems closing out games despite being in the top 2 in certain instances. And of course, going back to the conversation as well, I mean, as much as there's these 2 teams who are already in the points, KHI, they need just about 5 points. And if they could ensure that BG as well as YG crashes out, then KHI would try to also secure it in the last 2 remainder of the rounds. And so far, KHI have been able to back certain wins back in day 2. And also, we've seen plenty of all these great instances of them closing out matches in Erangel altogether. But overall, in Miramar, haven't been too successful. So we'll have to, of course, see how would they progress throughout this matchup.
KHI needed 8 points in order for them to be at match point. But for me,
8.
yeah, 8. Yeah. You said 5, but I got you, fam.
Thank
Anyways,
you.
yeah,
day,
I mean,
man.
yeah. So it's been a long day. I mean, we almost thought that YG will close it out in 2 matches, right?
Mm-hmm.
But again, they were targeted by some teams earlier on. Most specifically CTS. Now Circle shifts. This is a hard shift going to Minas del Valle. And you can see Nexus Vanguard already right at the middle. MSI taking some bullets here from TTQ. And speaking of TTQ, they came from the very bottom, Contra. Like, from, I believe so, day number 1, they came from top 16 now. They're able to come up top number 13. So they're able to get those elimination points. They're able to, end up being in the last 4 sometimes here in day 2 and then day 3. And now they're able to get eliminations there from MSI. Oh, for Migs, though, got taken down by the blue. Not so sure what's happening with KHI, but we're looking at Team Hyra, Hybrid X, Rising Aces Esports. They're now on the lower ground up against Infinity IQ. And for Min, for Ryujin, though. Ooh. He'll be spotted by XI, and Ryujin does have a little bit of cover there. All they need to do is set up smokes, unless IQ would go make the push.
Yeah, it seems like Natty's already working on it. Ryujin bleeding out. They gotta get their hands true, but it's gonna be that nade that does connect. And here we go. Big commitment out of both IQ as well as Hyra Esports. They're gonna be holding firm for the meantime. Master Hong swings from the top end. And now it seems like they will have the entire squad to be sent towards their direction. Capo so far had a clutch performance last round. But this is a very risky play. They're stacked up all together. And you can hear the sound of the sticky grenade. Thankfully, it does not bombard either one of these party. Min knows very well he's just by the edge. And here comes the swing. Clean taps out of the DPS. And no! A trade coming out of Hong in a timely fashion. And he wastes no time trying to go in for the revival while he gets the backup coming in from the rest of IQ. And they should be able to close this one out instantaneously. But somehow, that Molotov cuts out a little bit of that space. Eventually, Hong has got the dips on it. So, clean 4 points from the side of IQ while the battle continues with INXB taking on Barbie's Goals.
Barbie's Goals needs to win this matchup. Godspeed, now looking for Claude, trying to go for the confirmation, not able to do so. I say is there to try to defend Claude. But here comes the other half of Burmese Goals. Now Master Richie going up close and personal with Lion. And Lion goes down. And now for Burmese Goals. Oh, Godspeed gets hit by the shotgun by I say. Liliatka goes down. Look at that shot. Beautiful play coming from Burmese Goals. Able to get now 4 elims here so far early in this matchup. And they now have control of that church. But again, after that, the circle shifts away from them.
I can't get over it. 180 jump shot from Lil Yatka. This guy, not holding anything back. And you know very well, Burmese Goals, they're sick of being runner-ups year after year, season after season. This is by far their best shot possible. They've never lost out in those close quarter combat duels throughout the entire course of the day. And now, they once more surgically remove INXB from play. A little bit of a tough situation for NGGZ. They drive up the hillside and they have to find a smooth descent. Not quite clear for the side of MM though. They try to back away, but now the rest of GOA will find those free tags. Pops the tire and also pops the head of Michi by doing so. GOA holding firm to the high ground.
GOA able to get the revive onto Ngek Pacquiao. And again, for Clay Jr., look at where he is right now, Contra. He's on the same spot. If you remember, they won that game as well. Yeah, so they're just doing the same things all over again here in match number 18. And Clay Jr. just having that high ground advantage over everyone. Even if you try to go on top of the mountains here of Miramar, still have that advantage over them. But for BG, looks like they're gonna go through the eastern side now of this circle. They're gonna play out the edge here for BG, which is I believe so will be the best option for them for now. And they will be able to also probably gatekeep some of the teams that are just coming right through the blue and also through the circle. And with this one, Iterex currently down. Looks like Blanks will go for the confirmation here. As KHI will add another one in the bag here. 5 elims so far here for KHI.
Yeah, inching closer and closer to the points. Max, however, have been able to actually find a catch. Say Cloud also getting the dip onto the member of KHI. Claire taken out of the equation. Team Max struggling to its avenues right now. Needing to find a better spot as they are currently rocking up towards the rest of Yangon Galacticos. I mean, Yangon has been pretty elusive throughout the span of run. They were playing the far south as well, close towards Valdemar. And they're going to be looking to gatekeep these teams who are journeying through the southern portion of the map. Meanwhile, Burmese Goals, they get that free access right across the valley, so they should be able to at least caught themselves a really good spot closer towards the center. Marnay right now spots out the rest of the members of Team Max on the far corner. And he's just got those eagle's eyes with him. Being able to spot that one out and now looking to also close it out up against Blanks. Blanks is just finding it pretty hard to even find any form of cover, but KHI is just looking for any form of a crease that they could just hold out. But I'm afraid that 5 points is what they could potentially bring out in this moment, not being able to really convert even more.
Well, you did set 5 earlier, Contra. So
oh no, that's on me now. That's on me.
So you put a caster curse on KHI.
I should have said 9 or 20.
Anyhow, Nyepakel currently down. Looks like they're looking for Nyepakel. YOLO's able to find him now as he bleeds out. KHI needs 3 more points, I believe. So, yeah, 3 more points in order for them to be in the match point area. And maybe they can, steal away the tournament off from BG and YG. But for now, it's going to be winning a future right at Chumasera. And
but
for YG, they're now at the bottom side here, Contra. They're kind of doing a different type of strategy. Because, again, normally you would see YG trying to be always at the northern side part of the circle. But now, looks like they made some little bit of adjustment. Maybe this will be the time here for YG.
Oh, this is going to be a big fight. I mean, YG as well as Burmese goals next to each other. If they do secure any form of eliminations up against another, they will absolutely commit into a dogfight. That I can assure you. And somehow, Asia Esports as well as KHI, they're kind of off the leash because YG, they're currently fixated over onto Burmese goals. They know they're on the prowl. It seems like YG, they're going to call for even more backup. You have SaveCloud as well as Romeo Boy planted further over onto the top side of the hill. WIOF somehow got shredded out. What really went on here? I mean, that's plenty of bodies. Oh, I totally forgot. GOA, they've always been the masters of this factory area. And they've been able to efficiently pick them apart. We talk about all those crazy angles they've been able to work out through the hillside. And even sometimes through the water tanks as well. So we'll see whether Lucky can go in for the save. Very risky attempt. He's got to at least cut some losses here, as he's only being able to retrieve 1 for the moment.
And more than likely, winning a future will be able to get their revives. Hopefully that they can crawl over to their teammate, which is Minus needs to crawl over. Circle has shifted. It'll be the circle of TTQ and Nexus Vanguard for now. Burmese goals, though.
And
we'll have to go through the bottom right-hand side of this circle. YG. This might be a battle between the top 1 and top 2 teams here.
Yeah, I mean, it's currently a gridlock between the two. And, the best equation for the rest of the teams who are still hoping to squeeze in points is for these 2 teams to deplete themselves till, they're left with only 1 member each to play it out. And as much as we've been glazing GOA, it seems like they kind of took too much of the hits coming from the teams that's been able to take claim of those grounds around Chumasera. And GGZ finally makes their appearance back over onto the factory grounds. YG didn't want to take too long sitting by the edge, so they are currently taking a swing into this compound as they spot out range, trying to tag them. Now being isolated, MSI pretty scarce on their approach as SaveCloud looking to lob that grenade. It does connect. Very efficient work coming in from the side of Yangon Galacticos, as he will just run him over. That leaves only 1 more member of MSI, but we have no clue whatsoever where exactly that player of MSI is at the moment. Oh.
Yeah, and that is Pretzel, just right in front. And Austria also does have 1 more player left right below this circle. Ooh, Nexus Vanguard go! Romeo! Almost exploded in that UAZ. We'll have to heal up first. Does have the high grounds for now. YG Romeo! Oh no!
Oh, Yaka. Yatka
able to connect. And again, this is a battle between BG and YG. And if you try to look at the position of YG right now, Contra, this is not where you want to be.
Not at all. Now that they've confirmed one player out of Yangon Galacticos, they will absolutely go out for the HUD. And the numbers dwindle down from Yangon Galacticos. This is such a tough position for them to really play it out. I mean, from the high grounds, you saw some of the players have been able to do quite the damage up upon Yangon Galacticos, and now they're also being spread apart. Say Clout hiding right behind the containers. They're just looking to play it absolutely safe, whereas Nexus Vanguards, despite being at dead last, they're currently controlling the fate of both Yangon Galacticos as well as potentially Burmese Gold, but NGGZ, they're looking to pick a fight up against the rest of CTS, being on the deep end of the low ground. Will be able to shred it apart. Miner now gets even more of the stash of loot. Zone now favoring the rest of Burmese Goals. And this is going to be a big fancy chance for them, as they still have 4 players left alive. Marnet have already copped the spot. But how much more can YG gain out of this round is something we have to figure out later on. Choronai, all alone, looking right behind all the members of Nexus Vanguards. I don't think there's much that he could do here. I mean, he doesn't want to draw any form of attention, but he still has to make the cut into the zone. He's so far from it.
Chernai goes for the boost. And Nexus Vanguard. This is such an ugly zone, in my opinion, Contra. Like,
ugly.
It's just a matter of who got the high grounds. Like Nexus Vanguard, just, able to see a lot of these players down below. And might as well also for these two, NGGZ and winning the future. Whoever gets this position will have a very good power position against all the other teams. Lucky! Almost. Not quite for Miner. Does have 5 frag grenades. They might as well throw all the frag grenades over for winning a future. Frag grenade. Nope. Way too much. Karnai, though, on the kill feed will be eliminated. Ooh, and that's it. That's it for Team Max. Now we're left with 8 teams, and we still have those 2 teams right up above, YG and BG, going at it. But when it comes to numbers advantage, BG has it, and they have much more chance of smashing this tournament. For now, Contra, looks like Miner will try to scout first, giving information to his teammates here. And looks like he got the information that he needs now. He's going to maybe throw out the nades.
Oh, speaking of Burmese Goals, MSI have been able to find a catch. And perhaps that might just put a little bit of a dent towards Burmese Goals, as they're not exactly in the clear. There's been plenty of lobs of nades coming from the side of NGGZ, but not quite finding it, though. This might just be the chance. He drops it over on the US. There we go. Double knocks going through on both Minus as well as another member of the side of WIF. Only down to Lucky. Has always been the one to make the last stand. Say Clout now. Fool sends it into the ditch, but it doesn't seem like it was a safe place to hide out. Yangon Galacticos, they're off of the match. Burmese Goals, they still have all 4. And all that's left to do is for BG to slowly wait for the rest of the teams to cancel each other out. And they will have a firm chance. As you can see, the list of names out there, other than Nexus Vanguards, they've been weakened in numbers. And TTQ, they're still holding on towards the high ground. Perhaps they could still be able to put the threat towards Burmese Goals. And now we're moving into the top 6 already.
And the only 2 other teams that has a threat over Burmese Goals will be TTQ and Nexus Vanguards. So let's see if they can, try to stop Burmese Goals from, smashing this match number 18. Lucky, though, cooking up a frag grenade. Ooh, Superboy actually finds Zuki with a spray of the ASM gun. Not Gonna hit him right at the end. So Gus will be able to go for the heal up. Zuki will be able to go for the heal up as well. And they will be able to more than likely stay right at the edges for now. Because if they ever want to try to reach at that top portion of that hill, they will be open. And also at the same time, Burmese Goals is actually waiting for them. An unknown throwing out this frag grenade. Only gonna do a minimal damage here for Gus. Unknown. Just waiting for the right timing. Lucky. Half HP on him. Looks like Burmese Goals now has that chance. 1 HP left for Gus. He survives that spray from Unknown. Unknown also has no HP left.
You can barely see their health bars right now. They were lucky to be able to still find some form of cover. Meanwhile, Godspeed will be able to also claim yet another one up against MSI. And take a look at the stash of points right now. Burmese Goals, perhaps by default, if they can make a top 3 run, this could very well be them overtaking YG, even if they don't secure the chicken dinner. We'll have to see, can they actually withstand the brunt of the aggression coming out of TDQ. This is one team that they need to flush in order to really get by. Meanwhile, Burmese Goals finally have reached towards the rim of the southern portion of Minas del Valle. Just about enough creases for them to work this out, but Nexus Vanguards is having an upper hand in their current position over the top side of the hill. And somehow Devon's been looking around. Devon, he might be able to salvage the situation for Burmese Goals. Well, Nexus Vanguards, they're feeling rather comfortable for the moment. WLF will be taken off the list. And now we go into the top 4. And Burmese Goals given another lifeline here to get hold of the elusive trophy that just lies through seasons after seasons. And this is their opportunity to get their hands on the throne.
Can BG steal away the crown? Let's see. Again, this is just an ugly circle. Again, teams are just wanting to stay at the high grounds because right at the middle, Contra, you can see that there's not much of any coverage, but Devon now activates himself, but then here comes the backup from Nexus Vanguard. And Loki needs help. But TTQ hears those gunshots. They see the knockdown on the kill feed as well. Miracle, though, will take hits from Burmese Goals as they set up their vehicles. We're now on stage number 8. This is actually the last circle, but Gus, another one goes down there. Superboy is also down. And Burmese Goals is actually just waiting for these two teams to fight. This might be it.
I mean, they're just fancying this opportunity. If they can just weaken each other out a little bit more, then there's definitely plenty more avenue for our Burmese Goals to close out this fight. And they haven't been able to secure any form of knock or elimination up against BG to know that it's them, or else these two teams still be fixated over onto the lower ground instead. Zuki now opting for a trade. Kazel not exactly in the best spot possible since it's not being covered by the zone. They do have Cute Loki to be taking the deep center for the moment. As now draws to a close here in stage 9. What goes up has to fall. As Bunny gets those clips in while Zuki confirms the knock. Burmese Goals, they're starting to find a little bit more of that space to try to challenge both TTQ as well as NX at the very same time. And the nades are dropping dangerously close towards Cute Loki. And this might just be it. There we go. Superboy. They're still fighting up against each other. Burmese Goals. This is the time to shine.
This is the time to shine for Burmese Goals. They can now get the win here as they knock down Superboy. And now Superboy will be confirmed. TTQ, they're now healing up. Lilyatka trying to spray down onto the smoke. And Godspeed now cooks up a nade. He actually knows where TTQ is at. Frag grenade comes in. Will it connect?
Huge.
Yes, it did, but not gonna knock down Miracle as he needs to heal up for more. Oh, with the molly! Oh, knocked out too! Zuki goes down as well! Burmese goals now! They can wipe out TTQ!
This is the moment for them. Burmese goals. They have 4 members to now take on Nexus Vanguards. And now, this is the parade for them to celebrate the first ever championship title in the PUBG Mobile Challengers League Southeast Asia. All hail the new kings. Hailing from Myanmar, it's the Burmese goals taking over.
Burmese goals just dominated the whole day number 3 here in the finals of PMCL Southeast Asia Fall of 2025. And now the crown is theirs. And also the ticket to be in PMGC PUBG Mobile Global Championship now await for Burmese goals.
Who would have thought that Burmese goals will be able to bounce back after a very upsetting day 1 where they could not get much done? They slide from 2nd position all the way down to 9th, and just within the span of today, each round that they played out have gotten just about enough eliminations for them to claw their way into top 2. Yangon Galacticos couldn't really finish the job, and Burmese goals smells opportunity, and they take those chances. They have finally been crowned. They've been seasons after seasons uncrowned kings, and finally this victory will taste sweeter than ever. And my, Godspeed. How many titles of MVP has he gotten throughout the span of the PMCL? Countless, I tell you. And today, he show up when it matters the most.
And same goes to Itchy, because these two guys are, from the team that disbanded, earlier in the year, which is Genesis Esports, and now they met with Yatka and Unknown. A new family has been formed here, and now this family of Burmese goals, they will be the champions of PMCL Fall. And for YG, a lot of fans are heartbroken right now, Contra. Unfortunate for the defending champs. Now they give this crown to the new champs. Burmese goals now will lead this region to the global stage.
I think the fans coming from Myanmar could still be proud of their fellow countrymen. Burmese goals will still represent them in the PUBG Mobile Global Championship. And that is what matters. I mean, overall, Yangon Galacticos definitely have put up quite the fight. They were holding on to that top position throughout the entire circuit. But it all only matters if they would be able to back one more chicken dinner. But it was Burmese goals to be the best team here in the grand finals as we celebrate their victory with our final highlights of the night.
A new king has been crowned. Burmese Goals gets the smash here in day number 3. 24 points is what they got. And by the way, Contra, they started with 97 points from day number 2. And we're looking forward to seeing them maybe even getting 100 points in just one day. That's just so unreal.
I mean, it's absolutely unbelievable. We know at a certain point in time, we absolutely counted them out until they started to show big numbers round after round, where even if they crash out early, they managed to secure like 11 points of a drop or even 13 frags in one round. And it's only about a matter of time that they start scoring chicken dinners, and they've been able to accomplish what no other has been able to do. 210 points, ousting the rest of Yangon Galacticos as they are our grand champions in the season. And oh my goodness, the world better watch out, because Burmese Goals, this is a team that is capable of destruction. And if you think that they're down and out, they'll bounce back from the ashes to claim it all. And this is what the teams hailing from Myanmar is all about.
And I am actually correct. A total of 113 points in just one night, Contra. That is so unbelievable from Burmese Goals here. And they even had, or YG even had, a 42-point gap against Burmese Goals. And ladies and gentlemen, as we now crown the new champions of PUBG Mobile Challengers League Southeast Asia Fall of 2025, let me give to you Burmese Goals from Myanmar.
It's been a long time coming. Seasons after seasons. Plenty of tears and upset as they keep on grinding to only fall to the second spot. Always being bested by Yangon Galacticos, and now they finally get to secure themselves the trophy of the PMCL. And they will head to the biggest event of the year, the PUBG Mobile Global Championship. And of course, the FMVP is none other than Godspeed. He literally did over 9,000 damage. That's absolutely great to see, alongside with 43 eliminations, being the top fragger of the tournament. And of course, this has been such an incredible journey for all of us here that's been casting weeks after weeks. And it all comes down to a close. Burmese Goals. This is not just any form of Cinderella story. This is a story of resilience that really pushes them all together. And within that one day, they've been able to get like what? Triple digit? 100 over points, like you said, Cuckoo?
Yeah, 113 to be more specific.
No team has been able to make such an epic comeback in the grand finals, and they are the outliers amongst all the teams that's been battling their way here in the tournament.
And as we go along this history, we thank our official gaming phone for the PMCL Fall of 2025. It supports PUBG Mobile at 120 FPS. This is the Tecno Pova 7 Ultra 5G, delivering ultra smooth competitive gameplay, 6.67-inch, 1.5K AMOLED display with a 144Hz refresh rate. It will give you the smoothest battlegrounds, and also has a 6,000 milliampere battery, 70-watt ultra charge, 30-watt wireless charging. This is basically the future in your hands, guys. So grab your own right now, the Pova 7 series. And like what I said, Contra, this is history for Burmese Goals. And also a roller coaster of a ride, to be honest with you, with all of the matches that we had tonight. And I'm happy to be part of that history, Contra.
I mean, likewise, overall, we were thinking, oh, perhaps K-Shai might actually stand a chance to be able to also look for just about enough points to eventually go for a smash as well. And if we start to see, I mean, Yangon Greco's going for more of all these big plays, but they were just crashing out when it matters the most. And of course, for Burmese Goals, it's been super smooth sailing for them round after round, getting top fours, and you can do so too if you update your client or the app into version 4.0, where it allows you to have, of course, less CPU usage on your device alongside with lesser power consumption, so you can game all day long.
Yeah, please also update because brand new game mode is available right now on your apps. It's called the Unfail. It's the new PUBG Mobile thrilling pursuit and escape mode. 1 predator versus 4 survivors. It is available right now. And stay tuned for more of the updates as we go along the months here. And we also have another collaboration running currently, available on all platforms right now. It is the G-Dragon collaboration between PUBG Mobile, My Game, My Rule, My Survival. Get yours now. The skins are available. There's also emotes available. You can be like G-Dragon himself.
That's right. And of course, you guys who are collectors of supercars, you guys definitely don't want to miss this one, as this is our collaboration with Lotus Cars with the Amira as well as EMEA. Now available for you to make a purchase, so you guys can just top up some of all these UC in order to get your hands on this great supercar. And of course, it all comes down to a close, and it's been nothing but epic so far, Cuckoo. And of course, we'll be getting more action from Burmese Goals in the PUBG Mobile Global Championship, so do stay tuned. That's going to happen maybe in the span of weeks or even maybe a month or two. So we'll be cheering them on. Congratulations once again, and thank all of you guys for watching. We'll see you in the next one. Till then, Contra as well as Cuckoo TV will be signing out.